Welcome back to Chats with Jack. I am Jack Talcott. And greetings, blessings, salutations, and love. Once again, welcome back to Chats with Jack. I am Jack Talcott. I forgot. It's Reflections with Jack. Chats with Jack. It may not be accurate because a lot of times when people join, it's mostly just Jack reflecting. Especially when I enjoy it. People join and then they kind of listen. They support, interject when it works, but I don't know, Chats with Jack, Reflections with Jack, whatever we're going to call it. It's me, and it's here, and it's now, and it's you. And I want to thank you sincerely, whoever you are, whenever you are. Thank you to all who may tune in. When I drop the link, those who may join, thank you already. And any who find these words, may love bring you to joy and to peace, because peace is the purpose, man. Peace is the purpose. Harpo, you got it on another level, man. Reflections with Jack, that's you. Dude, there is a fun and crazy story being lived through us and through me especially, so thank you. You know, full disclosure, that's not a real photo. Donald Trump and I didn't go to the woods yet. But, you know, connecting with nature, when we individually, when we pause with a waterfall, a lake, with a view, a flower, when we pause and connect with nature, it brings a connection and a fullness into the heart. I'd lost sight of that for a long time in my past, but it's true. And then when people unite from the heart, ideas of connection flourish and grow. So I do have in my heart this idea of connecting with Donald Trump. And it would be a great idea, you know, in the presence of nature. So he and I could talk about game plans, strategies. What can America do to help heal this earth, to help bring healing to the world, to the earth? Because that's what we're here to do. And it's kind of funny when you think about it. This thought just came up, and I think it's funny. I was thinking about all the years I carried my brokenness, man. Oh, I was so hurt. I was so wounded. I missed the point. We're not here to collect and carry pains around, man. Healing is natural. Mother Earth is healing. Love is healing. The truth is healing. You just got to get past the discomfort. Once you get past the pains of the bitter truth and you feel a wholeness and a peace in your heart, then you've grown. And then your love is restored. If those make sense, that was kind of my story. So part of my delay today, let me check this out, see if I can multitask. Holy cows, man. Praise God. I was just a moment late because I was trying to finalize a couple of things. And let's see, I may have got it done. So let's see if I have some slides here in just a moment. But yes, greetings to all of you. Blessings to everyone. This topic today, benevolent socialism. Oh yeah, let me do some promotion too. Updating. I didn't advertise it. Well, what am I going to do? I'll drop the link of this later, but I I didn't advertise it, but last night I had an amazing conversation with our friend Rose 777, and it's currently set to members only. But why did I bring that up? Oh yeah, because the topic today, we discussed this briefly a little bit in her stream last night. The idea of benevolent socialism. And she was the one who shared those words to me. And I was like, holy cows, that's what I'm saying. I get a lot of critics who hold a fear of communism and socialism, and that's not what I'm talking about. Okay. That's absolutely not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a society where a society that prioritizes basic human rights and essential services, where where we've got a compassion driven resource management, a way of we've got a compassion driven way of managing resources. The idea, the words bring ideas into clarity and help things make sense. So let's try and make sense of what Jack is talking about. A world without secrets is a world with honesty. And a world with honesty would surely choose benevolent socialism, exploring a compassion-driven economic and social reform. Let's see, where is that? Figuring out these producing things. Let's see what we got. So benevolent, marked by or disposed to doing good, organized for the purpose of doing good, right? So that's what the mindset is the goal is good. And socialism, the idea is a social economic system advocating collective or governmental ownership and administration of resources for community welfare. So it's not like the old socialism, but it's a way of society for mankind to choose. And to me, it seems like the right thing to do, right? Why? Why benevolent socialism? When benevolence, goodness guides socialism, the community and the societal behavior, when benevolence guides, compassion-driven governance and economics ensure everyone's needs are met without coercion and without this exploitation that everyone's gotten so accustomed to. Wage slavery is slavery. So benefits for humanity. We would eliminate poverty through fair resource management. And I believe fairness in our day and age, we can certainly use public oversight, right? Community oversight helps guarantee fairness when people are honest. And it would reduce conflict by meeting basic human needs. We could, in my mind, I am confident that with the right people, the right ideas, we could raise the living standards for humanity everywhere. And I don't know what you've learned or not learned about how other human beings are living in other parts of the world, but it sure as hell ain't like this. If you've got anything like me, right? Computer, comfort, warm, able to open up a fridge and freezer, plumbing. You got all that, man. You got shit going on. You got it good. Because there's humans today, man, that are living in trash heaps, right? Because they don't know other ways. But brother, we are the solution for the future. So the benefits are these ideas. To me, it makes sense. You start meeting basic human needs and people stop lashing out at each other. Stop destroying things, because people have less anger. And truly, when people's basic human needs are met, the concern most people have is everyone's going to be lazy. No, man, through cooperation and supporting the goodness that is available to be done, that's where it happens. And that's an honest and appropriate way for us to live. And of course, it would create more stable communities through compassion-based policies. We stop defending the rich from the poor. We need to start defending the poor from the rich, the selfishness. It's time for us to work together. And here, honesty is benevolence. True benevolence, it requires openness, transparency, and integrity. Lies and secrets prevent genuine compassion from flourishing. There was supposed to be a couple of quotes there, but it was last minute, got thrown together. But you know what? We truly live in an amazing time. Back to the point, right? We'll get through the slides and then I'll open it up. Looks like I had some early fans, critics, loyal critics who have arrived already. So praise bees. I'm looking for what today brings, man. Honesty is benevolence. This is part of the insanity I've seen in our world history too, in America. You got these governments and people. You have these people playing roles where they think, oh no, they can't learn that. They can't learn that. They're not ready to know that. Bullshit. If there's knowledge available, it's to be known. Okay? This world of secrecies and lies, I know there's exceptions, okay? There's always exceptions, but we've had these governments playing mommy and daddy with the citizens, keeping secrets, right? But they got to keep secrets from their citizens because otherwise the enemies might know the truth. And if the enemies know the truth, well, then we might be defenseless. If you stop creating enemies, you don't have so much to worry about. And honesty is truly the best policy. True benevolence, true goodness requires openness, transparency, integrity. This is what I hope. This is why I'm an hour and a half from the Capitol building right now, because I want to have these discussions with the men and women of Congress, with Donald Trump. Individually and collectively. Lies and secrets prevent genuine compassion from flourishing. So if you're failing to find compassion for yourself or another, there's something you have not accepted. There might be a secret that you don't know. Formatting. So ending secrets would be true reform. Let's face the obvious. Secrecy maintains corruption. The corruption maintains exploitation. The exploitation maintains war. Mankind is at war with peace. Mankind is at war with itself, with our own future. So transparency is essential to establish peace and compassionate economics. Transparency is essential to establish peace and compassionate relationships. It's up to each of us to be honest. So I encourage you, support transparency initiatives. I don't know if there are any yet. That's right. I forgot to look into that. Came across another organization end secrecy now or something like that, something that's right along my lines. Anyway, so support transparency initiatives, demand honesty in governance. Wherever you can, play your role. And from the scripture, John, then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Because together we create the change. Join me. Let's create a movement. Let's become the movement. Let's organize and lead other movements, right? For compassion-based systems. Advocate for transparency. Choose benevolence daily. Be honest, man. Be honest. So praise be. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link, man. And I'm curious, I'd love some feedback too. Besides the formatting and the typos and besides the problems, are you finding value in the slides and the extra effort? I'd love to know. And today I'm hoping again to have some wonderful conversations. We got someone popped in. I have to admit, my praise. Hey, perfect. Wonderful timing. Welcome, Rose.
Hey, Jack. Nice title for your stream and nice slides. And I can't believe that you put forth so much effort to utilize this new term that you've discovered and it helped you to articulate your vision, which,
Yes.
as I described last night, is an impossible sounding idea that you constantly get pushback. And you forgot, my brother, that it was a social experiment not to advertise to your negative audience. And so I'm glad that I put it on members only because I was afraid that you would forget that, mention it, and now I don't have to worry about all your haters coming on over to my recently reinstated lovely channel full of positive people who are willing to listen to people with crazy ideas, and my channel won't be infested. So I forgive you, Jack, but also very proud of you for the effort you're putting forward to articulate your thoughts with those slides, because that is the catch-22 conundrum thing that doesn't seem like it can go together. Benevolent socialism. It's kind of one of those funny things, like the idea of military intelligence. The Megadeth lyric had 2 words. I forgot the lyric. 2 words together, how could they both be true? Someone go play that Megadeth song. But yeah, I think it would be crazy to imagine this world implementing the idea of quote unquote benevolent quote unquote socialism. But how could anyone fault you for having that dream? Because it all starts with the mind, man, right? It starts with the mind, the hermetic principle of mentalism. So if it doesn't start with the idea, it can't happen. So I'm okay with the universe having people like you in it with that dream, man. I'm okay with you. You can think crazy things.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You are so amazing. Thank you for your understanding and forgiveness. Because yeah, I kind of lost sight. I started thinking just about me.
That's okay, Jack.
You. Hey, we got another guest here. Were you just popping in?
Yeah, I was just popping in, and I have to get back to work. We just released episode 628 of Code 777 Radio on the history of mind control. So it's something that you would probably very enjoy. It goes from the whole history all the way back from Mesmer all the way up into the modern age, where it goes from, hypnosis to drugs and then full-blown data collection that is controlling us all and brainwashing everyone. So I hope you enjoy it, and anyone else who wants to check that out.
Please. Holy cows. Yes.
All right. Love you, man.
Hey, much love to you. If you're able to share something for that, because that sounds right up my alley, to the chat, the viewers.
Okay, I'll switch to my account that's a mod and I'll link it.
If you want or can, please do.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to you later, my friend.
All right. Blessings. Holy cows, man. Hey, thank you for your patience. Welcome to Freak. How are you?
What's up, Jack? I'm fine. I agree with your whole notion of no more secrets, no more lies in the government. Just want to present a hypothetical. Like, what if, Donald Trump has released a lot of the JFK files, and like more and more are coming, and more are being deciphered and everything. Our involvement in that, the CIA's involvement in that, with the whole Mexico City thing, the whole Oswald thing, the whole communist, the meddling is so terrible that if the Warren Commission would have exposed that back then, we would have 70 years or 80 years less of a rogue CIA causing all the problems for us now in the foreign policy, theater, and the betrayal of that leadership. We're going to have to eat that for a long time.
That is okay. Here, we got another guest here. Someone I don't think I've seen before, but I wonder. Sean?
Hello? No,
Hello.
I talked to you before.
You have talked to me before. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I've talked to you before. I'm the atheist guy.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, welcome back. I appreciate it. And we've got another.
Yeah, thanks.
We've got a one who tends to troll, but it's a day. Let's not be trolls. Let's have good conversations. Welcome, JG.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
I'm feeling blessed, man.
I'm feeling very Christ-like myself.
Well, I'm glad. The world can use that, because truly that's what I'm pointing at with the whole idea of the topic today. Benevolent socialism. It's in line with what I believe to be the teachings of Christ and the early followers, right? Not worrying so much about the physical aspects and the material aspects of life, but really caring about each other, caring about how we treat each other and what we do. And I think we've reached a time where, maybe the mission has been made, that the name and the missionaries have done their job. They spread the name of Jesus around the world, not the most pretty fashion in many times, but nonetheless, I actually think everything's coming together. Oh, so the point of that, right? If you carry like the stories as conceptual ideas, the return of Christ, the come to Jesus day, which is what it'll be. We all have these come to Jesus moments where we wake up and we realize things might be a little bit different than they were. Well, I think that's what the world's going to experience, because the day of our Lord will be the day of the truth. And in the end, that's what each of us is judged by, is by the truth. And this is what I actually hope to help communicate to Donald Trump and the other people in Congress, is that when they realize what they failed to do, I mean, we can stop preventing the problem from continuing, right? Because they failed to create peace on earth. They have the position, they have the reasons. It's the right thing to do. Anyway, the idea of the day of the Lord will be a day of truth. And I think we can incentivize, right? Through free will, God has given us everything, and perhaps through our collective mind, where we insist no more lies, no more illusions, no more deceptions, no more confusion. I'm ready for the truth. Well, then, when people wake up to what they've done, they'll want to make amends.
Could you give us an example of what you would talk about with Trump?
Well, I would honestly, thank you. I'd honestly love to have a personal conversation with him as a man. He's a man who is no shit. He's carrying a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. And I can understand him and his position. I can understand his choices and his actions. So if I can understand him, I think he can understand me. And what he could understand from me is God. I'd like to help him better understand God so that he knows who to listen to. He knows where to turn. He knows what to do. Donald Trump is just like everyone else, man. He's doing the best he can with what he knows. But he doesn't know as much as many of his followers think. To me, that's pretty obvious. And I think to a lot of other honest people, it's pretty obvious too.
How long have you known Trump, Jack?
I haven't met him yet. I've only known of him from his days as a reality TV star. I mean, yeah, I haven't met him yet. But
Did you vote for him?
no, absolutely not.
Are you worried for America?
If I didn't have such faith in God and myself, I would. But I trust in God. I trust that what I'm saying is what the future will bring, because these ideas of benevolent socialism, it would allow us to go beyond the money system. I mean, this is what I really like. I have hopes, not just Donald Trump, but I have hopes of getting on greater podcasts to have these conversations, because the world needs to start waking up to what's obvious. The criminal enterprise that's this banking system, it's international. The whole world, all the world empire is underneath the tentacles of the banking system. You know, mankind has shown that they worship the almighty dollar more than the almighty truth. And I used to do that myself. And I actually think that's what Donald Trump is doing as well, as he's worshiping the almighty dollar over what is true. I'll assume he doesn't know better, but I'd sure like to help him know what else he can do. Hey, my tolerance and patience for interruptions has it's really been dropping. But today's a new day, and I'm feeling like having fun. Welcome back, Signal. How are you today?
I'm here to interrupt.
Please. Can you find a
How you
different option?
I hope you've been doing well.
What's that?
I hope you've been doing well, buddy.
I have been, dude.
Glad to hear that.
How have you been doing?
Been doing well myself.
I don't know what that means. The question, who did you vote for, Jack? God as a write-in? Nope, I didn't. I don't want to say. It's none of your business for now. Maybe later it'll come out. But I did.
Crazy.
What's that?
I was just saying that's crazy.
Well, I did participate in the voting system because I know it's at least data. It's information, and information is where the truth emerges. So, sorry, some of the dummies in the chat. It's fascinating, truly fascinating, and it can be. You look at the state of the world. It depends on which direction you look, right? That's a key to maturity. Let me point that out real quick. Part of maturity and developing as a human is learning where and when to focus your mind and attention, right? Pay attention to where you're paying attention to. Notice what you're noticing. Those things are critically important because it becomes your day, your memories. So this world really depends on where you look and how you choose to see what you see. You get to choose and influence your perspective through your vocabulary and the words you allow yourself to choose. That's the key.
A word?
Choosing the right words, Signal. There's many keys. I found myself saying that a lot. There's many keys, but choosing the right words, especially at the right time. See, timing is a big part of life as well. And that's the part I've been trying to figure out. So I unite myself with the time that I have. Consider those ideas. Can you unite yourself with the time that you have? Because you are this time of being. Oh, gee. And you might be right. It's hilarious and not funny to me, but I think you're right, OG. Don't you realize that at least 70% of the people watching are here for your chat?
I mean, that's good engagement.
Well,
it's good for your stream. Good for engagement.
It is. I see what you're saying.
Your stream will get pushed to more people.
You know, it's interesting how this thing works.
See, the moment, Jack, the moment that you're not the moment that you're, let me rephrase it again. These people, they want to get on your nerves.
Mm-hmm.
So the moment, I mean, I'm sure this is obvious to you. So the moment that they're not able to get on your nerves, that's generally, I think that's usually what will offend them and kind of push them back, let's say, a little bit, usually. So I think that's generally the strategy. Now, I mean, that's not to say that moderation isn't a thing that you could do to maybe aid in this, but I mean, not telling you what to do or run your stream, but that's just, I feel like that's my theory based off of what I've seen.
I think it's honest and helpful. I appreciate it.
Cheers, buddy. I mean, I've seen like people like say things, they like mess with you, and they say like, oh, like you're trolling, whatever. But like you've been doing this for a while, actually. I see like your videos. You can go back. Like you've been saying this same message since before you were streaming. So this is a genuine thing. And I do agree with the message. I think people like to be very maybe I don't know what the word could be, but like fatalistic. People like to be very negative about the world and things. And so to even suggest anything otherwise, a positive message is almost offensive to them. So there's a lot. I think there's a lot of people like that.
Thank you. You're partially right. There's an expectation. That's why many of them show up for the controversy and the conflict. It's entertaining to many, but that's entertaining yourself with conflict. That's clearly a sign of or a symptom of someone who lacks a better purpose for themselves. And one who lacks a better purpose for themselves, well, they'll often disrespect others as well because they're disrespecting themselves. And that's why the egos will sit around and argue with each other for hours. It's fucking hilarious, but
I don't think it's hilarious. I think it's like insane.
it is. Well, so
I think it's
here. Thank you. This is another part of this. Those who do tune in for the chaos has attracted, right? Daisy's a very popular lady. When it seems when she shows up, the numbers increase, right? And not just her, but it's interesting because it is insanity signal. The state of the world today is literally insane, and people don't know they're insane. And they don't want to admit they're insane because, oh, that would be embarrassing. It's more embarrassing to stay wrong than it is to admit you're wrong in the long run.
Is insane the right word?
Yes. Insane is the right word because those who believe in delusions they're not wise nor sane. You can't trust one who is not wise nor sane, so then these people show themselves to be untrustworthy. And I see Donald Trump as insane, untrustworthy.
I'd say he's unsane.
Well, whichever way you want to see it, if you see yourself separated from God, if you see yourself as in charge, especially of others, you're insane. And we live in a world that enables the insane because these people who have wealth and position, they play like that they are in charge. People obey them, right? We live in a manufactured world and it's completely fictional, but it is real. It depends on your perspective. That actually swings us way back to that comment from the chat. There may be a number for chaos, but it depends on where you look. Because if you're paying attention to the panel, you don't notice it. Sorry, what were you saying?
I mean, I think I understand like the message. I think that if people kind of awoke, let's say, sort of, what do you think would be like the catalyst to like sort of like that commercial from 1984 or whatever, the Macintosh commercial with the hammer, right? Like what would do that?
What would be the catalyst?
Right.
For that change?
Yes.
I actually think something like this, if not me, someone else having conversations with Donald Trump to set him on.
If you spoke to Donald Trump, you'd be able to convince him?
If he was willing to spend 20 minutes with me paying attention, by the end of the 20 minutes, he'd want to spend more time. I'm confident.
But do you really think he wants to stop wars? I mean, war is the most profitable thing there is in the world, so
Exactly.
it's gonna be hard to do.
That's one side of the story. What's the other? Is it not also the most destructive?
It is.
Yes.
Protesting is kind of like a war.
Well,
Peaceful protesting is peaceful, but it's still
Sean,
kind of fighting.
You're taking us off topic, because the idea was with Donald Trump. Sure, one side of the story is that war creates profits. Donald Trump clearly understands that side. He's making money for America. Don't you see it? That shit is profiting us. So I get it, Sean. Let's come to terms with the other side of the story. And that's what I want Donald Trump to see. The destructive costs of war. That's why I am so aligned with Veterans for Peace. That's literally their mission statement, to educate other human beings on the exorbitant costs of war. So, Sean, I think Donald Trump wants to do the right thing. He wants people to be proud of him. He wants America to be proud of him. He wants to go in history as something amazing. To me, that seems pretty obvious. So I'd like to help him realize how much better he could do if he humbled himself and served God, not himself, not the billionaires. They're in the process right now of passing another budget, as I understand, more tax cuts for the rich, cutting more aid for the poor. This shit's happening in real time with us. I think it's time to change it.
Are you expecting loads of protests to happen in America?
Am I what?
Are you expecting loads of protests to happen in America in the next couple of years? Protesting?
Not if I succeed. Are you unwilling to consider what I'm talking about?
No, I just think it's very unrealistic, because I think humans are flawed. So I'm very skeptical at I like the high aims, but I just like to be realistic about it. I don't think it can all change at once. Well, it could. I mean, revolutions have happened in the past, but they have not always worked.
Right. But see, I've learned a lot from the past. I've spent a lot of time studying history in many different ways. And not just history, but I've been studying humanity and this reality. And I've been studying God. So God is in the equation, Sean. That's right. You're the atheist.
But I don't believe in God.
Right.
How do you think we overcome the ego in people? Because I think that is going to be a substantial. If you're saying you're going to have a conversation with Trump and you're going to tell him that overcoming his ego is to his own benefit, that is the case probably 9.9 times out of 10 with everyone. Mm-hmm. That being said, it's a substantial challenge. How do you overcome this? How do you feel? How are you so certain and confident that you're going to be able to? I mean, this is approaching 90-year-old man. This guy's already lived his entire life with the beliefs that he has had. And you have to remember, right at that point in your life, your beliefs are a culmination of everything you've experienced and done. So that's just makes it all the more challenging. How are you going to do that?
Well, there's a number of parts to this. Should I find audience with Donald Trump, right? Should I find a way to communicate with him? It would be scheduled, clearly. And through that scheduling, he'd realize that there's a reason for us to talk. Whatever it is that's communicated to him that finally gets him to me, well, that will be true. But when he and I talk, it will be as man to man. I understand his position. I honor and respect that seat. But him as a man, it's pretty obvious and clear, especially for those who have looked into the subject and understand trauma. Donald Trump is clearly dealing with some unresolved mommy and daddy issues. That's why he's so the way he is. I don't want to get into descriptions because it can seem offensive. And I don't want to disrespect him.
Donald told you that?
No. Other experts, there's psychologists today who have written about it and who are talking about it. And then he's got family who talks about him. And there's lots of evidence. I'm not speaking out my ass. I can typically support what I say. And here's the wonderful news, though. There's nobody to blame. Sean, you mentioned that you're an atheist, and I think your beliefs is what's behind your doubts. But that's okay. It's okay. Everything that is true is perfect. Everything that is perfect is true. So the two go together.
No, the truth can hurt too. I mean, you can get good truth and bad truth.
No, there is no good truth or bad truth. The truth only hurts those who are weak or those who resist the truth, because the truth empowers. This is some of the conditioning, some of the misinformation in our society. People have been enabling others with unresolved trauma. That's why we have so much addiction, so much depression. The world has been learning how to cope with one another through the suffering. There's a lot of variables involved, but what I've learned for myself, and I know it through examples and teachings of others.
Again, how do we overcome the ego?
I never did answer that. The two are tied together, the truth.
Because it's not even just tied together, it's instrumental, because once you're able to remove the ego out of the equation from the problem, oftentimes the problem fixes itself.
Beyond the ego, behind the ego is the heart. So the path beyond the ego is through the heart. And this is what my plan has been. It's the truth. When we receive the right explanations, when the truth is presented in a way we can accept it, we can understand it, we can consider it, and we can understand it. But first, we've got to accept it. So for the truth to be exchanged between one person to another, it must be associated with love. That's the best way for communication. So I know for a fact, if given the opportunity to speak with Donald Trump, and here, part of this too, I want to speak with Donald Trump and I want his support to help me communicate with the men and women of Congress. I think it's time for the American government to unite for the purpose of righteousness, not party. But
have you ever been to DC and tried to speak to anybody? Because sometimes they'll let you, like the Congress people.
I've reached out through phone and email. I've not gone and knocked on the doors yet. It's in my intentions, but it's coming.
It's worth doing, I think, just to see what kind of answer you'd get.
You're absolutely right. I feel it is. I mean, I've tried it in my hometown. I went to the congresswoman's office. I went into the senator's offices and spoke with the aides. I've done that before, but here in DC, I haven't gone down there yet. I will. I will. I hope to be invited, because here's the reality.
I mean, I don't think this is the kind of. I don't think this is the kind of thing you'd be invited to. Honestly, I don't think they. Unfortunately, they don't want to hear these things.
Well,
but
luckily, I don't need to convince you. I mean, you could be a part of helping me convince them. If you believe.
What I'm saying is, you need to arrange a meeting.
That's the goal
of some sort.
That's the goal.
And you're saying that you're in DC?
I
think this should be at the top of your, or whatever, the DC metropolitan area. I think that should be the top of your priority, honestly. I think because this is, at this point, it's become your life's mission. It almost seems like
it is.
I think at the very least, putting the message out there to the right people that are in these positions, it could help.
Or you could talk to other people like religious leaders or activists, or I mean, if the politicians don't listen, you could always do differently.
No, you got to talk to the Congress people, senators, etc. That's probably who you want to convince, and that's going to be the most of the challenge, unfortunately.
Here, Signal, thank you. I think you see the same direction I do. In order to change the laws and to end wars, it's got to go through DC, through the Capitol. What I think Sean brought up, the idea of reaching out to church leaders and other organization leaders, that's another yes. And I've been emailing and calling. I've been reaching out to organizations and church leaders. I haven't gone exploring the churches here yet, but the reason I would be to get us back to what Signal is saying. The goal is to get in front of the people in DC. Now, for whatever reason, though, Sean, I want to welcome you. And Noel, thank you. Good to see you again, my friend. How are you today? Okay. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome to be here. Thank you, my friend. And it is good to see you again.
Jesus.
My life, guys, we are living at an extraordinary time of history. My experience has shown me that. My education has shown me that we are living at an extraordinary time of development and growth and potential here on Earth. Because the predictions of the future, there's a lot of problems. We got a ton of problems coming at Earth from many different directions, between the political climates, the economic climates, the stability of the dollar, the stability of peace between the nations.
Environmental problems.
Many environmental problems, which isn't spoke about as often in the mainstream, but it seems that, the sun, just the natural order of the universe, can cause mankind problems. Here's the point. It's time for us to change. It's time for mankind to unite together. Welcome back, Daisy. How are you today, my friend?
I'm great. How's it going?
I'm feeling blessed, my dear.
Are you?
I am. I truly am. And
I just bought some Bic razors at the dollar store. Maybe you get that done.
Hey, Davey.
Here,
how many
Daisy,
razors do you need to shave it?
I'm looking clean.
No, please stop. I'll take that under
Daisy, how
consideration.
many razors do you need to shave it?
Welcome, Tommy. How you doing
Hey,
today?
12. I'm 6 foot
Daisy
tall.
said Daisy
Lord.
said she just picked up some Bic
I'm 6
razors, but
foot
when
tall.
Daisy,
I need
oh my
several
goodness, Daisy,
razors.
let me do
Hold on, Tommy. Hold on.
Do you like
The
guys that are
man
shorter
asked
than
me
you?
if
I'm
I
Stop.
want
five foot
to
Signal.
six.
explain.
Signal. Stop, please.
I'm
long
5 foot
Signal.
6. Do you like guys that are?
Please stop.
Go
Signal.
ahead, Tommy. I guess it ain't worth it. Go ahead, Tommy.
Yes, the panel president will speak now. Daisy picked up some Bic razors, but when she cams up, I say she's a dick razor.
Oh my
Heyo.
Heyo.
I didn't. I
Anyway.
didn't, Jack. I didn't even
Are
say
you
that.
letting
Come
some
on.
dick, Tommy?
Come
Are
on,
you letting
Jack.
some
As
dick?
panel
Look,
president, I need to calm
all I was
your,
saying, look,
your panel
Daisy,
for a moment,
Daisy,
Jack.
I'm 5 foot 6. Are you down? Like you're tall? I'm down.
No, I don't
You're
like
taller than
shorter
me. Are you
guys.
down with shorter guys?
No.
I
I'll
think
climb
you'd
that
be
tree.
eye to eye with
I'll
Jack.
climb that
No.
I think
tree.
you're eye to eye
Come
with
on.
Jack at 5'6".
Signal.
I'm down.
Signal. You
What's
got
up?
muted because your timing, not because of what you were saying. It was your timing. Okay, please. I was trying to
Fair enough. Fair
get
enough.
out
Fair enough.
what he was getting.
Hey, Noel, let's see them flapjacks, girl.
No, signal. Seriously, one more
Is
screw
the
up.
timing
dude.
better?
No,
is the
dude.
timing better?
Signal,
kinda
you
lost
had a lot of tenure here being able to ask Jack the same questions I ask him without triggering him, and then you just tossed it. I can appreciate that. You just threw it away. I like that.
Yeah, see, I'm not gonna try to throw mine away because I got some things to say, but I thought I'd just kind
We
of
could
get
never
in
quit
there.
you, Daisy.
You know what I mean?
We could never quit you.
I'm just trying to get in there.
That's what every guy says that gives you attention.
Can we
That's
pause?
not true. That's not
I
true. Tommy, where you
Okay.
at? Maybe I.
Daisy, you're a man eater. You're a
Are
man
you
eater,
6
Daisy.
foot tall, Tommy?
I think I'm 5'11" if I keep good posture.
Well,
Depends on what
I could
it depends on what 7-Eleven I'm exiting.
I could bend my knees just a little.
Oh, I'm celibate though. I mean, I'll give you the compliments. I'm celibate as
So
fuck.
am I.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I don't believe that, Daisy. I think you're probably like a side party monster the way you get down up here. I think once you're offline, I think you're out. You out on the town.
Oh, Tommy, you just don't know, do you, baby?
Oh, I calls them like I sees them. And I want to say, as Panelverse president,
Then
I've had a
you
lot of.
season it wrongly.
Okay, I'll take that. As Panelverse
I ain't
president,
had
I've
dick in
had.
10 years.
Oh my God, Daisy!
And if you want to fight that, I got proof.
I am going to neutrally move on and see if I can get this out. As Panelverse
So there
president,
you go.
Noel, I want to get with you and get your money, but I know I've had a lot of beef with G Abbott, aka Back in the Basement crew. I'm always skeptical of where I see that crew show up in the chat suddenly together. But now that I've lurked here a while, I'd like to say I will at least temporarily drop all of that if she would like to ever come to my channel, have a one-on-one and vulgarly discuss Jack Talcott without him being able to speak on behalf of himself. I'd like to take the Jack side and let G Abbott pick my Talcott brain with her questions.
Fascinating.
You are, Jack. You are fascinating to both sides. And she is like kind of lefty socialist, which surprises me. Surprises me that she
If you
sees
have G
these
on your panel, I'm going to block your ass too.
Now listen, I've always been an open adversary to G, but because her leftist ass is not in agreement, because she finds disagreements with Jack, I'd love to investigate or explore that further. Tommy doesn't need anything but
And
the
that's
love
fine,
and
Tommy.
all of
I'm
his
just
thoughts.
saying, if you have G on your panel, I'm gonna block your ass. That I'm blocking everybody, and that'll do it.
That's that old block and talk. Listen, Daisy, I think you'd appreciate that I burnt down that basement, and this interaction is not like it's a neutral interaction. Daisy, you got to learn how to United Nations.
That bitch still wouldn't be going like She called me. She called me. I'm gonna post it on my community
Oh,
page.
she got your digits? She got them Daisy digits?
Hello.
Hey, that's Jack's line. Hello.
Holy cows.
Very narcissistic cams.
Holy cows. Holy cows. Praise God. Praise God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for pausing. Thank you for joining. That's what I wanted to get out. Tommy, Daisy, thank you to you both. We've had our disagreements, okay? But today, that's fine. Today we can still be respectful and honest with each other. I know we can.
No, that's what gets me kicked out of here. Is respectfully and honest. I get kicked out of here.
You say that, but that's not honest.
So you say, do you believe that I say that, Jack?
I've heard you say it. It's usually your
calling me
behavior.
a liar?
It's
Jack,
usually your behavior.
Jack, do you really believe that the mainstream media gives no attention to the environment or global warming?
What? What the?
I don't understand
just before I got up here, I got out here, you and Signal were discussing. You mentioned the environment. You said there's barely any attention to the environment. Do you believe that, Jack?
I'm not sure if he understood it in the correct context. Hold on, just a moment.
Why don't you start using your words in the correct context?
Hold on. Knowledge. I see in the back, but it says device is not connected, so I'm not sure what's going on yet.
Me?
Knowledge 2020.
Daddy. I'll bring you up. What's that?
He's your brother.
I muted myself and muted myself back because you muted me 3 times already. Can you hear me?
I muted you once, Dave.
I'm not here to have. I'm here. I came up here simply to say that Trump is not going to meet with you. And why do you have these people up here telling you that he will?
They haven't.
They're enablers.
Tommy, let me fucking talk a minute.
I can answer for Jack.
No, please let her speak,
let me
Tom.
talk a minute, Tommy.
I muted her for you.
You sound like me when I first got here.
Tommy, I muted her for you.
Don't treat me
you
like
ain't gotta explain to me, Jack. You ain't gotta explain to me, Jack.
You ain't gonna play that shit with me, buddy. I'm gonna tell you something. Back it up.
Jack, you talking to me or Jack?
Why do you have these people up here telling you that you're going to meet Trump? You're not going to meet Trump. Please answer that.
Do you know
Why do you insist on having liars all around you and then you kick the truthers off? Why?
Well, Daisy, calm down. Let's look at your question another way.
What? I'm not like this at you. Tommy, fuck him. He's not going to talk to me like he does all them other women. He's not going to do it.
I saw that. And Daisy, I see that. I honor you. And Tommy got you frustrated. That's why he's in the back. Okay? Because
I'm asking you why you surround yourself with liars all the time, telling you that what you're doing is. Please answer, please, something.
Hey, Daisy, grab a Snickers.
Daisy, I don't think you're not representing it.
Were you the one asking about what?
Daisy, you're not representing it accurately. I don't have a bunch of liars around me, first of all.
You're not going to meet Trump, Jack. You're not. Trump's not going to meet with you. I'm sorry. If he ever does, please get me on the phone. You've got these people up. You just circle and circle. And I've told you this how many months ago. Why do you keep these people up here? Why are you you're delusional? Almost.
Daisy,
you're just delusional.
May I speak? Can I have your permission?
Yes.
Can you pause?
Yes, Jack. Speak.
Something's going on with your audio too, your connection. It's not coming through as clear. So here's what I know, Daisy. Here's what I know, Daisy.
It's not mine, it's yours.
How about I mute you so I can talk? Is that fair?
Well, I mean, the audio.
Oh, there, the static is gone as well. Isn't that fascinating? So, holy cows. Daisy, you're not here. You said things. Hello, I'm trying.
The static is not gone.
Holy cows. Daisy,
You're a
unless
liar. It's your shit.
Hello. Unless you listen to me, you're never going to hear anything different than what you've been saying. And
so
just like you,
the lies and don't worry about that.
I tried having an adult conversation, and I failed.
Well, you always fail because you don't try hard enough.
What would I have done? What could I have done different?
Well, Daisy is a challenge. Daisy is a challenge, but maybe you're getting your God smacks because you've spent weeks not letting me speak. You laugh like G.W. Bush. I'm surprised you can't get in with the president. Jack, another thing. Jack, just like wars to the end is biblical, global warming is also biblical. Why do you think all these antichrist leaders like Bill Gates and people are trying to block out the sun? Why do you think Zuckerberg's making his little bunker place in Hawaii? Don't nod along because you don't agree.
Did you see the new TikTok antichrist guy?
I don't TikTok. TikTok is for faggots and boomers, and
There's a bunch of YouTubers talking about him. That's where I found it.
Well, there's a bunch of YouTubers talking about me, and when they talk about you, they laugh.
Well, here you brought up the signs of the end. There's literally a dude who's claiming the title. He's the next Jesus and the next.
There's always been that.
I can't remember the right name for the others.
I mean, you borderline that.
No,
you can't decide. You could not decide which biblical story character you wanted to most embody. You're literally garbage. Like Job. No. My life's like Jesus. No. I'm like Noah. No, I'm all of them. I'm Abraham.
Tom, I've literally said there's similarities to many different stories with me.
And you were wrong about all of them because you don't get more infuriated than when I read that book to you. It's because there's a Kundalini demon in you.
Your conclusion is inaccurate.
Copy paste. Stop. No. There's no details to that. And then once you boot me off of here, you'll tell Daisy to be specific and detailed. Like, you're literally still spiraling. You're a wreck, Jack.
Tom, you make the claim that you get put away or that I get angry when you bring up scripture. That is not accurate.
Yeah, you also get angry at truth. You also get angry at truth.
Oh,
it's not that you're angry. It's not that you're angry at the scripture. You're angry that me showing you scripture disproves that you understand the Bible and are living that.
Just because
he shook his head no. What do I ever do against the no head shake? Oh, you're dominating out here.
Dude, ask me instead of narrating and complaining.
See, now you're fucking up so bad. When you share G. Abbott saying this is great, I'm only enabled now. She's enabling me when you share that, Jack. I'm smarter. I'm stronger. I'm better.
Then who?
I am better.
You are. You're stronger and better than many.
By the grace of God, showed by countless panels.
He's king of the world.
What was that, Sean?
David Cameron. I'm the king of the world.
Right.
That's Lucifer. That's why Jack's stupid for trying to save and bandage this world. Christians are supposed to be Christian. What's my word? we're supposed to kind of be like Alfreds to the world, but we're not here to save it. We know all this is going to burn.
Here, I think I've got another part of chaos joining. Welcome,
Are you calling me chaos?
Kundalini Demon.
No, it's flow state. I'm done with him. I got my final words on all his bullshit. I'm done with him.
Pussy, Tom. Bitch.
Oh, he left.
That was way anticlimactic.
I know. Holy cows. Tommy is holy cows. He was doing wonderful today. Let me give credit where credit is due. Okay.
Well, I can fuck off if he wants to come back up and be doing excellent.
Let's see where that goes.
Last time I saw him, it was a lot more going on. But all right, I'm out.
All right. Peace. Thank you. Tommy, you're welcome to return. Oh, look. Yeah. Powder Dusty Shadow is here.
Shadow?
Well,
he's my illegitimate son. I have to try to support him.
Wherever his ass goes, there's your head.
Wow.
Welcome, Chuck. How are you today?
Well, I'm just peachy. How's it going?
Feeling blessed. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you with a jab as soon as you
Yeah, you did. That's all right. You meant it. That's fine.
Yeah, I kind of did based on the past and the fact that, it was just kind of trolls here. So welcome. Please forgive and we can move forward.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I didn't take it personal.
Mm-hmm.
It is, what do they call this? The interwebs or the streets or whatever the terminology they use. It's where people become fearless. Yeah,
well,
people become fearless behind the keyboard.
No, see, actually, yes, that's true, Chuck. Hiding behind avatars and,
Oh, well, I can turn my camera on.
Well, what you were saying and Sean was saying, many channels open up this platform for a place for people to hang out, right? And it's done for entertainment. That's actually not my purpose. I've been explicitly clear about my purpose. My intentions are honest. So hopefully you can respect me, my intentions, and where you are right now.
Yes, sir.
All right. Fabulous.
No problem. I come in peace.
Well, yeah. Praise be.
I'm smoking a cigarette, so I turn the camera off.
All right. Well, the days of the world. I mean, I pointed at the panels. I said this to Powder Dusty. I congratulated him. He's doing very well regarding his growth and his contributions. And I pointed out what I see. Somehow in today's society, he's found a way to get compensated simply by hosting a place where people can entertain themselves. I actually think, I'm pretty confident, he didn't say it, but I'm pretty confident he gets kind of bored at times. But hey, it's his job. It's his role. So people hanging out and having fun is fine when the work is done. And many people choose to think that their work is done, their family's taken care of. A neighbor, that's his problem. He'll figure it out. They got someone else. But I suggest, I don't have it ready, but I could pull up just the first few minutes of the news. We could look at how.
I hadn't seen the news in eons. If you're talking about mainstream media.
Well, I don't know how mainstream it is. I go to Democracy Now! Pretty regularly. It's just online. The updates are usually less than 20 minutes. So I give it a little attention.
Okay, what do they got for stories?
That's what I was just thinking. If someone popped up. I'm not sure who Big Duncan is.
Duncan.
I'm not thinking that's a good idea.
Well, put an overlay up and let them speak, and you'll find out.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great reminder, Chuck. I appreciate that.
That way you don't get porn bombed.
We got a bunch of screens going. Big Duncan, welcome to you. Are you there?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Doing a live stream today. The topic is Benevolent Socialism. And the purpose of me and my channel and why I'm doing this is to end wars, end wage slavery. What are you doing?
I'm sitting here jacking my dick.
Oh boy, there we go.
Is that the best use of your day?
You might want to dispose. Good Lord. What's wrong with people?
This is the world of today, man. It's sad to me. It really is sad to me. The way that the world has become. I mean, here, just what I was talking about.
Its assault on Gaza, killing at least 52 people since sunrise this morning. As Palestinian health officials warn of a growing hunger catastrophe 80 days after Israel imposed a total blockade on food, water, and medicine. The United Nations says
80 days after the state of Israel created a total blockade.
I disagree with that.
I don't care if you disagree.
Well, the only reason I said that was I talked to an Israeli that was on the front line. He was at a checkpoint and he jumped on a string. And finally, I asked him, I'm like, what are you stationed at this checkpoint for? And he said, this is where all the humanitarian aid passes through going into Gaza. So.
And did you ask him how much has passed through?
Well, he showed the tire tracks in the sand or dirt, whatever it was.
So you're claiming, so Chuck, according to you, the news is lying that the aid from all of these organizations is getting through to the Palestinians. Israel is not holding it up, according to Chuck. Is that what I understand?
Not all of it, I'm saying. I mean, who am I to believe? The newscaster or the guy that's sitting there in the checkpoint?
Hey, Chuck, that's the fucking point. You took what was shown to you when you say, I disagree. So let's see what facts they bring up, perhaps. Chuck?
Okay, I'm quiet.
Catastrophe 80 days after Israel imposed a total blockade on food, water, and medicine. The United Nations says no aid has been distributed in Gaza due to tight restrictions imposed by Israel, which has allowed just a handful of aid trucks into the territory in the last days. That's despite the UN's warning on Tuesday that 14,000 babies are at risk of dying without immediate aid. Gaza's health ministry says at least 326 deaths have been linked to malnutrition and lack of medicine since March, while 300 pregnant Palestinians have suffered miscarriages caused by nutritional deficiencies. This is a displaced Palestinian mother in Gaza City.
Life is very, very difficult. We hear about those aid trucks coming in. Some 9 vehicles, others say 12 vehicles, and it's all lies. We don't see anything sent to us.
The United Kingdom has
So isn't that interesting, Chuck, that some Israeli soldier just happens to get online to testify that they're letting aid through?
Well, let me put it this way then. Could both people be wrong?
Well, Chuck, what does it look like based on the information we have? See, you don't look. So you're not really one I'm going to pay attention to, because I've been watching the progression of some of these reports.
Right.
That Chuck, that's why I'm online every day suggesting let's end wars, because I actually think real wars are happening, despite the denial of those in America. Everyone wants to pretend there's nothing going on, or everyone wants to pretend, oh, we can't do anything. Bullshit.
Has suspended trade talks with Israel and will impose sanctions on West Bank settlers. On Tuesday, Prime Minister Keir Starmer called Israel's announcement that it would allow a small quantity of food into Gaza for its starving population of over 2 million totally and utterly inadequate. This is British Foreign Secretary David Lammy.
The world is judging. History will judge them. Blocking aid, expanding the war, dismissing the concerns of your friends and partners. This is indefensible, and it must stop.
On Tuesday, the European Union's foreign policy chief said the 27-nation bloc will review its political and economic agreements with Israel over the catastrophic situation in Gaza. Separately, Spain's parliament passed a non-binding resolution Tuesday calling on the government to impose an arms embargo on Israel. This comes as the head of the opposition Israel Democratic Party, Yair Golan, condemned the Netanyahu government's siege of Gaza during an interview with Israeli public radio.
Israel is on its way to becoming a pariah state among nations, like South Africa was.
So that one speaking there is leader of the Democratic Party in Israel. They're recognizing there's no denying the atrocity, the war crimes that are happening. It's time, I believe, for mankind to stop pretending that this shit can't end, because it can. And we've got a number of people who jumped in. Bring them all in.
Yeah, I got your grandma.
Fuck. Oh, what's up?
What about what about all these abortions that you lefties do here in America? What about all that, Jack?
Hey, Daisy, I'm suggesting we bring a complete reform, a complete reevaluation, which will result in a complete reform.
About all this shit and all this shit. We got homeless people with kids. We got.
You're speaking to the choir, Daisy.
No, she was. Come on, let us.
Well, let her finish her,
Yeah,
where
let
she
her
was
finish.
going with it.
I mean, I don't think there's much validity to saying you can't address a problem unless you address all the problems.
Thank you. And the fact is, what I'm suggesting is, rather than just, she's on the right track, but she sits here and wants to diminish me, disrespect me, yell at me. Why? Because I'm
Jack, hold on, Jack. We were just talking about the ego. It sounds like you're a bit heavy on the ego right now. I gotta be honest with you.
Hey, Signal, you're not really reading.
Think about what I'm saying.
I did.
The ego.
Hey, Signal. My ego is here, as is my spirit. Why don't you sit back and pay attention? Okay? I appreciate you cautioning me. You know, watch the ego, Jack. That's what I'll take from that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please. Welcome.
So I was like watching the stream for a little bit, and Chuck did have a good point, but like you kind of like didn't like what Chuck said. Chuck said, like, why don't you look at, like, if it's a war, there's both sides of the war. Why don't you look at the other side? Like, why do you only show like the Palestinians getting hurt? Why don't you look at what the Israelis are going through?
In all fairness, there's a lot more Palestinians getting hurt than Israelis, but that's mostly why I jumped up here to kind of clarify who Chuck is talking about. Because the Israeli guy was on my stream, and he wasn't like, I've known him for a long time, since before he was in this position, and we've paneled up a lot. So it'd be like if you joined the military, right, and then came back to my panel. He wasn't out here spreading propaganda, or that's not his role. He was just stationed up and joined a panel that he's been on. So
well, that is true. I will agree with what you're saying, Powder Dusty. But at the end of the day, too, I will say something, and don't take this as disrespect, but I'll say it to everybody that's like over here preaching about Palestine. If you guys care about Palestine so much, why don't you guys go fight with them?
How about you? Before I get disrespectful,
I'm just saying, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just asking a question.
How about this? Jack. Why don't you made your point, and I respect what you said. I really invite you to pay attention to what the hell I'm saying. Okay? Because I'm not picking a side here. I'm saying let's end this shit. I'm suggesting the American citizens are culpable for enabling the actions of Netanyahu and enabling the continuing aggression in Israel, in Ukraine. The U.S. diplomatic efforts have fucking failed. To me, that's unacceptable. It's time. It's time for America to lead the world into peace and reforms.
Well, Trump said he's going to end the wars. Let's give him some time.
As I said, well, give him some time. Help me.
Hasn't even been a year since he's been in office, and you want him to end a war already?
Yeah, it's barely over 100 days.
Yeah, I do. I do expect the wars to be ended within the first 100 days. If he says he's going to do it, he should do it. And so here,
there's a lot of negotiation that goes on with this stuff, Jack.
Brother Aldi, is that your name?
Yeah, Aldi.
All right, Aldi, welcome. Okay. I don't know what you know about me or you don't know about me, but I'm dead serious about this. In nature, in a boardroom, in a Congress room, wherever it would be, I want to meet with Donald Trump.
Those are terrible hiking clothes he's got on.
So, Jack, so what would be the first thing you would tell Donald Trump? Free Palestine.
No.
What are you gonna tell him? What are you gonna ask him for? Socialism? You're a socialist?
Hold on. Yeah, see, you missed the beginning. Aldi, I encourage you.
Tell me, I don't want to see pictures. No.
Hey, Aldi, chill out.
Yes, I'm listening.
You're in the right place. And I encourage you, one way or another, I invite you to go back to the beginning of this stream and see what I shared about socialism. I mean, I can go back through some of the highlights, but it's benevolent.
It might help if you did, Jack. Just so he has
tell
more.
me, give me a light summary.
Shut up! I could get out what I was saying, and maybe you wouldn't insist on that.
The ego's coming out. The ego, Jack. Watch the ego, Jack. Come on.
Well, tell you what. The ego wouldn't come out if I had a spirit of understanding, but Chuck interrupted me from even being able to offer explanation because he wants to tell me what to do. And I'm really tired of Chuck telling me what to do.
So you believe, I feel like you believe in like a hierarchy. So like you want to be like a king?
No, here's what I'm suggesting. If you know anything about me, my brand and trademark is live without fear. I claim to be a man who follows the way of Jesus. I promote and encourage others. Turn to God. Turn to Jesus to really know God's love. And the topic today is benevolent socialism.
Oh, Jesus.
Compassion-driven economic and social reform. What I would first talk to Donald Trump about is his personal relationship with God, the truth, and love. We'd have a man-to-man talk, ideally.
I think you were saying something about issues with his mommy and daddy.
To me, it's pretty clear.
I have a question.
Please.
In compassionate socialism, if people don't want to participate, can they opt out?
What are they opting out of?
So
Contributing or benefiting?
I would assume contributors are the ones most likely to want to opt out. But regardless, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter what their net outcome in the system would be. The question stands because it comes before. Can people opt out?
What you're doing is you're using that question as a reason not to understand. You're deflecting from, because if you truly understood the concept, there's no opting out.
Okay, well, right. Is that compassionate?
Yes, because it is a compassionate way of living. It's a new way of life where we work together, cooperatively,
like communism.
Honestly. Here, let's go through some of the slides real quick. Shit.
Yeah, please.
Hold on. One last thing before you go through the slides. What do you believe in, if you don't mind me asking? Like, what religion?
All of them.
All of them.
My religion is love. My religion is love, but all the stuff I've learned comes back to what Jesus taught and what is in the Bible. I can accept all of that, and I can accept in order to accept a lot of the teachings from Jesus in the Bible, I had learned a lot from the Buddhic philosophy, the philosophy of love
Buddhism
and acceptance. What's that?
So what I just want to say is, like, one last thing, and then we can go to the slideshow. Is so like a lot of these Palestinians, they're like Muslims. They don't believe, they believe in like Muhammad and Allah.
Right.
So what's your opinion with Muhammad, like marrying that like 14-year-old girl or 12-year-old girl or whatever, and like Allah? I believe in like just having your own personal relationship with God, talking to God every day. That's what I believe in. But what are your thoughts on like I mean the Muslim, the what is it called, the Quran? The Quran. The Quran. They believe that if you don't believe in what they believe in, then you're like scum. You're scum to the earth. Just like how the Jews, they have their own thing.
The Jews have the concept of the goy.
Yeah.
The Jews have the concept. They call it's a goy, right? It's a non-Jew, and it's like the beneath a Jew.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. Both of them, they believe basically in the same shit. If you're not one of them, then you're beneath them, basically.
And Christians feel that anyone who doesn't believe in Jesus is,
they think that they're better than them as well. Yeah.
Yeah. This is part. So here, when I say I follow Jesus, his example, Jesus died because of corruption in the state, the economics, and the religion. And here today, what's the thing that most people argue about? Economics, politics, and religion, right? The state, the bank, and the church. Well, I suggest that we do what Aldi said. We help each other unite, so we each individually grow in our personal relationship with God, and we all get to know that God is the truth. And the truth can be found from many different perspectives and on many different paths, but it all comes down to the truth. And the truth is, we were born into a world of lies. It kind of confirms some of the biblical perspectives, some of the religious ideas that we're in this dark world that's been corrupted and led to war through temptation, selfishness, and greed. The only reason there's a billionaire class today is because the masses have taught to be selfish as well. We enable each other and our bad habits and our poor choices. Donald Trump is a symptom. That's in my opinion.
So who did you vote for this year or last year?
I can't remember. It was one of the socialist sides.
So what's your favorite part of socialism?
Jack, you're a socialist?
Well, let's watch the slideshow.
This is the first I hear this, honestly. I'm surprised.
Let's not get caught up on the labels, okay?
Because I think like a hippie is fine, but like I know you're a socialist.
I just call yourself a hippie, dude.
I oppose what we have today.
Put a flower in a gun barrel.
I absolutely oppose what we have today. What I see today with the fractional reserve, debt-based slave system.
Start the slideshow.
It's
fractional reserve. That's the problem.
Yes. So benevolent socialism, exploring compassion-driven economic and social reform. Benevolent, just so we're clear, marked by or disposed to doing good, organized for the purpose of doing good.
So not for the people who don't want to be in it.
Marked by or disposed to doing here. All right. Want versus don't want. Are we going to allow opinions to continue to control? I mean, that's kind of what you're looking at. I suggest that whoever wants to opt out of what I'm suggesting, we discuss and find out why.
Because
you haven't even really explored how it could work yet.
Right. Well, I mean, so right out the gate, my challenge is primarily to the word benevolent. I see that as window dressing on an economic system that is coercive.
Coercive. Yeah. Marked by good, you call coercive.
No, I think that I think the benevolent part on the front of socialism is a lie. I don't think it's accurate at all.
So you're not even going to accept the definitions for what we're saying. You're already convinced that whatever I say is going to be a lie, a misrepresentation.
I think you're trying to start like a cult or something. This is like cult mentality.
Tell you what, call it whatever you want. You can listen or you don't have to.
I'm listening to what you're saying, but you sound fucking insane, dude. What are you trying to start? Like a cult?
What am I?
Do you think people in America are going to be down for this shit?
Hello.
Not everybody works the same. Maybe if we were fucking ants.
Tell you what.
Let him finish the presentation so we can better understand.
That's what I was just going to ask. Do you want to continue entertaining your fucking arguments, or do you want to learn about what I'm trying to offer?
Jack. Go, Jack. Fucking ego.
Are you drunk already?
So tell you what, let's get back
drunk anymore.
Let's get back. Back to the
just drink beer for fun now.
I don't have to do this again.
Jack, fucking do it.
We want to hear it. Jack, we want to hear it. We want to hear it. We want to hear it.
If you want to hear it, you'll shut the fuck up.
Fucking go then, Jack.
Golly, jeez. All right, so
chug it.
Back to the facts.
Cheers.
What I'm talking about. Okay, the words are just pointing at it. If you think it's a lie, then you're not going to understand. Okay, benevolent, marked by or disposed to doing good, organized for the purpose of doing good. Good is to be determined by what's relevant, right? So, socialism, a social and economic system advocating collective or governmental ownership and administration of resources for community welfare. This definition came from the book, but the idea in this is our social and economic system. Economic system being the method and means, the process in which we distribute our goods, our energy, our resources. So we have a social and distribution system that's based upon doing good. That's the whole goal. Why? when benevolence, goodness guides the society, the social patterns, compassion-driven governance and economics, they ensure everyone's needs are met without coercion or exploitation. When people have a job where they know they're doing good, they love doing their job.
That's not true.
Bullshit, you've never done a job then. Or maybe that's just it. Maybe you just work
How many people did Mao kill?
Okay,
60
that's
million.
not what I'm
60 million.
suggesting. Right. If that was from
What's
people
benevolent
who gave-
about that? What's benevolent about that?
that clearly was not. That's not what I'm talking about. So why are you guys talking about that?
He's a socialist, right?
No. I don't. Holy shit. That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm offering.
Dude, you're trying to start a cult.
No, actually, what I'm really trying to do, I've been very clear of. I'm suggesting everyone turn to God. The way of Christ is how we are all supposed to be. This hanging out online, arguing and insulting isn't accomplishing shit. I mean, I was talking.
Jack, none of us are arguing. We're not insulting each other. We want to hear
We're
what you have
having
to
a
say.
discussion. We're having a
Honestly.
discussion.
But
Whenever
you're
it
not
comes to
hear what you have to
religion, listen, whenever it comes to religion and politics, it's always going to get a little bit heated, but we're having like a discussion, Jack.
But you're not
Maybe take your
actually
ego out of it.
actually chill out with the assumptions, and you're repeatedly going there. Okay.
All right.
Because what I'm seeing is you're not paying attention to what I'm saying. Okay, which means you're not going to really consider what's being offered. You're just half paying attention, and then you go off in thoughts.
I'm listening.
And then I sit through all these arguments and nonsense. So here, let's breeze
Let's
through
continue
this
the
quick.
slideshow. Yeah, I'll be quiet.
Just quickly, because the intentions behind this, should this be achieved or attempted, it would eliminate poverty rather than the wealthy exploiting and attacking the poor, extorting from them. The poor, we can overcome it. We can reduce conflicts by meeting basic human needs. When basic human needs are met, there's less likely for crime, for rebellion, for all of this division. Truly, by cooperation, it encourages innovation, not competition. And it would create stable communities through compassion-based policies. Just like another organization I was kind of associating myself with was the Chambers of Compassion. These communities have chambers of commerce where the businesses work together. So communities can create these chambers of compassion as well, where the answers and solutions can come together. The key to benevolence, and this is the thing that's never been tried in society yet, honesty. True goodness, true benevolence requires openness, transparency, and integrity. And right now, lies and secrets, they prevent compassion from flourishing. We're missing out on what could happen. With
Jack, you ever read the book? You ever read the book The Giver?
What is it about?
You ever read that book, The Giver?
What is it about? See?
It's like this. It's like this. It's almost as like
feel like I'm
perfect
in a
society
holding cell.
where like they have basically they have elders, right? And they can see everything. They're like all knowing, right? And they literally see everything, right? There's no
Signal.
right,
Nobody
no
gives a
secrets.
shit about that book.
Like, what are you? What are you like?
About that book.
In this fictional book, right? Even in this fictional book, it's not a perfect concept.
Yeah, Jack, you
right?
gotta let
In this
Daisy up if she's
sci-fi
in the
concept where
You gotta let Daisy
where you
up,
have these people
Jack.
that have
Two
this
drunk guys at
power
once is too much.
that are able to think. Dusty, shut the fuck up. You're not even live, Buster. What are you doing? Not even live. You should be live right now. What are you doing?
We're all alive.
Go
We're
live,
all alive.
motherfucker.
What
Yeah,
do you
we're
mean?
all live,
All
motherfucker.
live?
Live, nigga.
Okay, cool. Tell us about your
Live.
book. This is book club now. Drunk book club. Let's go.
We all have
What are
different
you
opinions.
drinking, Dusty?
I think it's good to have different opinions on everything. I think it's good to have discussions about everything. Let's all just relax. We're not trying to argue with each other. Come on. We're having a discussion. We're not arguing with each other. Let's have a good discussion.
3 drunks. Damn.
Jack, you understand your...
You know,
Jack,
me myself, I'm
you, Jack.
Chivas. You know what I'm saying? Me myself,
Big,
I'm Chivas.
calm down,
You know what I'm saying? So,
Signal.
I see you. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Let's all calm down.
Tommy,
Daisy, you're muted, Daisy.
It's all good. Like, everybody go.
Tommy, what were you saying?
Daisy, unmute yourself.
Well, somebody said calm down, Jack, and that's the one thing that can't be achieved from telling people to calm down. So I was just sitting here counting to 10.
I do love you, my friend. Thank you.
I had to think of some positive affirmations myself.
Between you and this Missouri piece of shit, Jack, I'm going to sit here quiet and motionless like the Asian guy that's really short.
Tommy, calm down. You're bringing out bad energy. This is all about peace and love.
On closing statements, I'm going to knock this out of the park.
Did you wait? Hold on. Before anybody says anything, Jack, did you finish your presentation, for crying out loud?
It was almost done, but no.
All right, so yeah, everybody can shut the fuck up. Yeah, everybody shut the fuck up and let's hear it, honestly.
Well, I appreciate that.
You're giving Jack blue balls. Let him finish.
Here.
He's edging. We're edging him, bro. We're edge maxing.
Maxing.
The key to these ideas in this topic, it comes back to what I've been saying for a long time. Ending secrets. Ending secrets in the governments and the corporations that will bring true reform.
But Jack, I gotta stop you right there. You agreed with me publicly that the idea that you could make a person not keep a secret is so unrealistic, it's almost like ending war.
Can we just let him finish?
No, because, dude, I'll ask you
I'm
again,
almost
Jack.
done, dude. I'm almost done.
When you say ending secrets, do you mean
mute him? Shut the fuck up. Yo, shut the fuck up.
There will be a period for questions at the end of the presentation.
Shut up. Shut up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Thank you,
Jack. You'd never let me shut the fuck up over and over again.
So, secrecy maintains corruption, exploitation, and war. Transparency is essential to establish peace and compassionate economics. We must have honesty to have peace.
All corruption is
Yo, mute him.
Well, yeah, it's his favorite part, the scripture. You know, a reminder in support of this from scripture. Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. And imagine this. Should we agree that we don't know all the secrets that are there yet, but should we agree that we're going to bring reform in the secrets? We're no longer going to have employees paid to play along with secrets, and we bring forth disclosure? Well, then that will set the truth free. And when the truth is free, we'll be free to know. We'll be free to know beyond the lies. What are we going to do? I think that was it.
Would you challenge me to a one-on-one who can take us the farthest actively in this present time of what we know of that corruption? Because if you can't say what the problem is and how they're doing it, I don't know how you have agreements and solutions for it. Because it's not a secret. Now, my question was, when you say ending secrets, does that mean every man you stop on the street must divulge the information of any question you ask? because I don't think you can do that to another man.
That's like Scientology shit.
It's like Nazi shit.
Here, I'm tell you what. If I describe the problem that I'm trying to address, maybe you'll better understand what I'm saying.
My challenge was which one of us can take us further into that iceberg that is the open air corruption that we're aware of.
I don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
Icebergs.
Exactly.
He's basically
what are you
saying
saying?
you're thinking
It was a
about
bad
like,
analogy because you were saying go into icebergs that are open air. What the?
no, he's basically saying you guys are thinking of an imaginary world. You guys are living in fantasy land. That's what he's saying.
Hey, Flow State about town on the Panelverse. Do you know what a internet iceberg is, douchebag?
Like a rabbit hole.
There, good, Flow State. Now allow me to continue.
But you know what, Tom? Just because I know what it is doesn't mean everybody knows what it is.
No, most people are pretty squared away on this, except for when
There
you're
was
like,
obviously some confused people. So go ahead.
I have no clue.
For a couple years. Hey, new people, who are these motherfuckers over here? What do you think of these guys?
Holy cows, man!
What do you think of this Talcott guy? Look at him. Look at
It's
him.
like inside Tom's head. It's got to be like fucking.
I'll tell you right now,
It's like running a lap around geriatric boomers on panels all day.
I'll tell you right now, you can't start a cult right now, like at all.
It's a bad economic.
Can we get back to the subject? I'm trying to learn something.
Because of fucking
Chuck,
social
I wanted
media.
my question answered.
With
Does
social
ending
media-
secrets? Does ending
This would be
secrets
better without the two drunk people.
and for a question to must divulge all information, and who is the person that's allowed to ask that question?
Shut the fuck up, Dusty.
Hold
I'm
on.
asking
Who's talking? It's Tommy.
Tommy, right?
No, that was Dusty who
all
said
we
it
have
would be better without the drunk people. Shut the fuck up, Dusty. What are you, sober? Fucking bitch. Shut up.
Are you calling me
sober?
He's right.
It's already
one
better.
One less will help.
Kick fucking Sig. Come on, bring back Sig, bro.
At least for a little bit, dude.
Two
So I
less
can
would
get
be even
through
better.
Little time
through
out.
if I
Put him
can
in
get
time
through
out.
a couple of thoughts, that would be wonderful.
Your thoughts, Führer Talcott. Continue.
What?
Your thoughts, Führer Talcott. Display them. Continue. Hail Führer. Scene Führer Talcott.
Let me offer my humility, okay? Because I've reset. I'm no longer, fighting for control. I want to thank you guys.
It's a humble Führer.
I want to thank you guys. You are fun. And frankly, I think these are important conversations. And maybe that's why I get frustrated. But
Well, anytime, Jack, I'm sorry to interrupt. Anytime we're talking about religion, politics, like anything like that, the way of life, the government,
that's deep.
It's always going to
Machine
turn
life.
into an argument. But we have to keep our composure, and we got to be able to talk as fucking human beings.
it doesn't
We gotta
have
be able to have normal conversations. We can't let this shit get to our fucking head, and we can't explode. You know what I mean?
right. But people need to listen. When
Well,
like what we were just dealing with was three people talking at the same time, and it was not accomplishing anything. So
how many people in the backstage not talking at the same time?
Right now, none in the backstage. So thank you to all of you. As I was saying, these conversations here. So Tommy, I want to make sure your question is answered. And the answer is no. The man walking down the street doesn't need to divulge and have an answer for everything, but it needs to be where I was trying to offer as the example. We've got these layers and layers of bureaucracy, the levels of management. It keeps people from being accountable.
Would you say that it's like what is genuinely?
Oh, cool, you're back.
You have to remember that like most people are stupid. Yeah, and exactly. Oh yeah, good, you're back. You have to consider. You have to consider the most simple solution, and you have to consider the most simple explanation. Okay, you have to. You have to do something that's for the masses, and I think generally speaking, that's one of the problems with when you're dealing with a large, government organization, they're thinking about solutions that are going to be widely accepted. And how do we accomplish that?
Yeah. Signal?
I'm listening.
That question. Okay, you did finally land on a question, and I'm sorry.
I've been saying, Jack, I've been saying plenty of points. You just keep fucking kicking me out. Like, what the fuck?
That was a great book review too.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, it was
I have Dusty. I have a good review of Fast Food Nation by Eric.
Please.
On my channel, Eric. I forgot how to say his last name. Eric Schlosser, whatever Schlesser.
Unbelievable.
Fast Food Nation. I have a review of the book. Anyways, I was just responding to your guest. Excuse me. Go on. You could see it. It's on my Rumble.
Shit.
Go on.
If you don't,
excuse me.
Shut the fuck up, Sig.
Yes.
Evidently not.
I'll help you. Signal. As a man, you clearly lack self-control and situational awareness. I encourage you to do better. I might bring you back soon. The question he was asking, I don't remember exactly what it was, but he was all about opinions again. That's what he was at. He's worried about opinions of people. And Tom, I put you in the back because you were interrupting, and I don't remember.
Well, I got a tough question. Do you think if everybody was vegan, there would be no more wars?
You don't know why I was in the back.
How would there be no more wars if everyone was vegan?
Because we can't kill each other.
Thank you sincerely, Arpol. Yes, super chats are
Arpol member for 16 months. Shout out to Arpol.
Absolutely.
Everybody. That's a goddamn legend right there.
He has no space to his name. Jack, you don't know how many of your haters might be Arpol. You fucking moron.
He can climb on my pole.
Holy cows, man!
You never got it, Jack. You never got it, but I'll knock it out of the park for you at the end. I got the cure of all the ails you.
I want to come back to that question. It's not a
Chuck in Tennessee, member for
not the direction.
months. Chuck in Tennessee with another member resub. Shout out Chuck in Tennessee.
Chuck's panel versus Yoke.
Flow State was right about those drunks.
Yes.
No, you're
damn, another one. Midlife bro logic. Welcome.
I don't even think Tommy's drunk.
Hella ones, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, shout him out, Chuck.
This is holy shit. This is history, guys. Today, we're making history today, right here, right now. This is evidence.
You're literally racking up memberships and super chats from the most beta section of our so-called community.
Can we get back on the subject
of today's society?
Can we keep it in family?
Dude, Jack is gonna start a goddamn fucking cult, and if you
Jack
join the cult.
Jack is a textbook cult member. He's not going to start one, but he is a textbook. If you add 100 Jacks, you've got a good start of a cult.
So I'm going to turn
You're
you
in
down.
a cult, Jack. Have you ever joined a cult or been in a cult?
Can I?
Yeah, it was called the Cult of the Unslaved.
Jack, have you ever been in a cult or like joined a cult?
The Cult of the Unslaved. Yeah.
Known people from cults you have?
The U.S. Army.
He's also goes to daddy cons and manifestation, the gift type Oprah shit. He literally showed us earlier he's susceptible to the most basic rule of marketing. Oh, you got to get him to eat shit? Let's call it a happy shit meal. Just like benevolent socialism and fun time torture. They just get straight to your cortex, Jack.
Jack, you're in the army.
Hold on, please. I've been trying to answer a question for a while. I served 91 to 97 in the Army, and that is a cult. Meets every single day.
That's discipline and the sacrifice of one's.
Yeah, that's what the cult leaders will say too. Good obedience creates a good cult member. Good obedience creates a good soldier. Good obedience creates a good citizen and good worker. We live in a world of insanity, voluntary slavery. So back to the topic of cult.
Wouldn't you say that like the army is kind of like socialism?
No.
Because they all get the same shit. They all work together.
No.
You don't think so?
Because it's not socialism, because it's hierarchy. It's
yeah, you answer to somebody higher ranked. Yeah, you do answer somebody
it's
higher.
a chain. I used to consider it a chain of command. It's a chain of obedience.
So when you joined, what was your mindset when you joined?
I needed a job.
So you
I needed a job. Huh?
So you just joined because you needed a job, but you didn't believe in what they believed? You just joined just because you needed something?
I needed out of the house.
Yeah.
I enlisted before I even graduated high school.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's just because he never graduated high school. He was actually 23 when he enlisted.
That's not.
He was tired of going back to senior year over and over and over again.
I had my 18th birthday at basic training in Fort Knox, Kentucky.
I was still 17 when I went to basic.
That was me.
I just turned 30.
Congratulations.
Fucking old fucks.
Hey, watch the old fuck. The older the violin, the sweeter the music.
Come on, I'm just fucking with you guys.
Chuck, you should frost your tips like him.
Frost my dick. What?
What?
Get the lights up, please.
I can always count on Chuck to make things gayer than they were before.
I'm sorry.
Is Sig still backstage? Let's Sig on.
You like to enable, don't you?
I'm not enabling shit, but I feel like
he's codependent.
Listen, the thing about it is I'll say one thing about
it is what it is.
Where are we at on the socialism?
Listen what I'm gonna say. It's like anytime you say something like about your beliefs, Jack, people attack you. And whenever Sig talks about his beliefs and like he's trying to talk about something, they attack him. So in a way, you guys are kind of the same. Yo, don't show that. That's blood.
I agree with Soccer Goblin.
I use this avatar all the time.
I agree with Soccer Goblin.
At the end of the day, it's like.
Did you call him Soccer Goblin?
Soccer Goblin, anyone? Like in the backstage, I was wearing my sunglasses. I wasn't sure. I thought that was Signal, but most of the stuff I'm propsing in the backstage is Signal. I think it was Soccer Goblin.
Yo,
but Signal,
Tommy,
I think, is few too.
Little Tommy.
That's actually funny as fuck.
Little Tommy.
I don't know why people keep saying this shit about like I was backstage and I saw this shit. Here's the thing on StreamYard: if you're backstage, you don't see anything except for yourself. Period. So I don't know. People keep saying that shit. I was backstage and I saw this. You just see yourself. Fuck are you talking about?
No, I was trying to fuel the different directions of the panel by backstage chatting. I admit, as a host, I never watch it, but I know.
Okay, so just shut the fuck up and watch your fucking show. All right?
Hold on. Let me tell you this.
This ain't a show. I am the show. Do you see my fucking picture? I am the show here and at What's Up.
Nobody cares. Nobody asks. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I know that statement hurts people like Jack and Paul Enslaved and Taylor Briggs. Nobody cares. Well, guess what?
Nobody
I'm not here. My value and my objectives are not loud, short guy.
Let me ask Jack something. All right, Jack. So you believe in socialism? So are all those donos? Are you gonna split them with us?
He doesn't have a choice. It's compassionate.
Facts. Let's get I would like my cut.
You spread love and compassion, and you think that like all of us are like equal.
Yeah, Jack, you liquidated that house. Where's your cut of liquidating
some of that money, Jack? We need some of that money that you're just.
Jack, you need to redistribute your house liquidation.
Actually, what would benefit us?
Yo, Tommy, chill, bro.
What would benefit us most? What would benefit us most is if you actually paid attention to what I'm saying. Because if you understood what I was saying, our conversations would be completely different. Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
A little slow on the kick that
I hope so, because
you made me flinch. You didn't hit me right away.
As a foundational Black American, I also support socialism.
If you are, then why do you deny the N-word use on your gay-ass channel?
Bro,
out of respect for my foundational Black American brothers who are blacker than I am, and out of respect for the history of slavery.
Yeah, that's false public education history. And my respect for Black people and equality is, hey, we're not going to play these word games that Gaylor Briggs can play off of. Same with my faggot friends. We're not going to play these tyrannical socialist word games. My nigger friends and my faggot friends are my real friends.
Dude, I wonder what Kanye West would say about that. Would he agree with us saying the word?
Kanye West was the first nigga out here in a Make America Great hat again. Or Make America Great Again hat, sorry.
So another reason is that this is YouTube, and this is Jack's YouTube specifically, and I have more respect for people than you do. You like to walk in and just piss all over the floor because you're a piece of shit.
No, that's you. That's you. And I'm not here for you,
okay.
faggot. I'm going to knock this shit out.
Can we get back on subject?
How about you just how about you just shut the fuck up?
I was trying to learn something and y'all keep interrupting.
Chuck, you have fucking 50 years to learn shit and you haven't learned shit?
Cheers.
Hey, no, in Chuck's defense,
Dusty, go live, Buster. Come on. What are you doing?
I'm not ready to go live yet.
Yeah. Signal, go wait for him to go live.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
Peach.
Holy cows, man. Seriously.
Let's see got back on. Come on.
I think you're missing the point, Aldi.
I think you're codependent, Aldi.
Yeah, you are. Clearly.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
I depend on Sig.
Like you guys are like bros, but a little bit zesty.
Well, at the end of the day, what are you doing right now? You're backing up Jack. So you guys are bros, but you guys are zesty?
Aldi,
they share a bed together. So.
I'm actually trying to get you guys to shut up so I can actually push back on Jack's idea, but I gotta hear Signal's book review.
So let me ask you this, actually, Dusty. What did you get out of Jack's shit? Whatever you said.
I got talk long enough.
What I got out of it was he's trying to.
Okay, you weren't asking me actually at all, were you?
What did you get? What did you get out of it?
Just like he didn't listen.
What did you get out of it, Dusty? I'm asking him a question, and I'll be quiet.
What I got out of it is that he took an old bad concept and put the word benevolent in front of it and thinks that it changes anything about the concept. It doesn't. I mean, I could do that to anything. I benevolent robbery. Okay. I know it's not a thing, is it?
Benevolent Holocaust?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It was for the good of the people.
Jack, what's your response, Jack?
So there was actually no acknowledgement of the explanations I offered.
Which part specifically do you think has not been acknowledged?
Any of it, any of the specific benefits, any of the.
The only benefit that I recall seems to be that it's benevolent.
No, the second slide he put up had a list of.
Sorry, there's a lot of drunk people around. It was hard for me to pay attention.
It was. It's kind of ridiculous. Aldi, dude, see you're.
I'm not talking. I'm fucking letting you guys talk. This guy's mad at me because I can drink a beer.
Well,
this guy's
Aldi,
mad he can't drink a beer.
Hey, Aldi, yeah.
Bro, this guy's faking jacking off.
Aldi, chill out, dude, because I want to come back to the conversation about you.
Man, I'm not, dude. He talked about me. I was muted.
I know.
My shit was muted.
I want to talk about your patterns of codependency.
Okay, I'll mute my own shit. I'll mute my shit. Bring back Sig. I'll mute my stream or my fucking.
Dude, Aldi, your confusion is showing, okay? And your drinking is a symptom of your
I'm not
confusion.
saying. I didn't say anything about you. This guy is claiming that you just put benevolent on everything. Why don't you respond to him? Don't respond to me. All I did was this.
Right. I never got a chance to answer the question.
So answer the question. I was muted when I did that.
Right.
Aldi, stop being a white supremacist and interrupting us.
Aldi, the question...
I'm African, I'm Mexican. Don't talk to me.
Aldi, the question I'm answering comes back to you and your behavior. How you've been identified as codependent. Particularly, it was identified specifically with you in Signal. But you show codependency right there. Is that a drink? Booze?
They're sexy
Sig
bros.
is my boyfriend. Sig is my boyfriend.
Is it? All right.
No,
So
does that? Do you like the neck beard, or are you into the neck beard thing?
Do I have a neck beard?
No. Sig does though.
Sig, yeah. I like it. I rub on it while he's sucking my dick. I put fucking beard wax on his shit. My shit. Pull on it.
Oh shit.
You know what I mean, nigga?
What the
Losing homosexuality, you know what I mean?
All right.
Socialism made me gay.
It probably did.
Socialism made me gay as fuck.
Actually,
wow. Jack, just answer Dusty's shit. Stop being weird. Stop paying attention to me.
Aldi, pride made you stupid.
Shit. I could identify as whatever, bro. I could be the chair you're sitting on right now.
I'm telling you, you're showing your stupidity.
I'm not even socking, dude. Relax. Fuck.
You're not present.
I'm here. I'm listening.
All right. So I wanted to address politely with you your patterns of codependency.
How did this conversation go on to me, bro?
This is an intervention.
All right, well, give me benevolent. I'm benevolent Aldi now. I'm benevolent Aldi, so there's nothing wrong with me anymore.
He's learning from you, though, Jack. You got to give him that.
I'm benevolent Aldi, so chill out.
Aldi, no,
I didn't realize he was benevolent until now. Dude. I made that our bad.
You can't talk shit about me, bro. I'm benevolent, fool.
Yeah. He's benevolent. We didn't know.
Okay, here's where I'm at. Aldi, you've done nothing wrong. You've been a great guest today, and I appreciate you. However, your patterns of behavior were showing. And here, what I just caught myself doing, though, I'm doing the same thing that I've gotten in trouble for in the past. I was trying to help you. I was trying to help you see what I see that you don't. Right? And
let's get drunk, Jack. Come on. Let's crack open a beer. Let's get drunk as fuck. Jack, when did you stop drinking?
Here, 2016. Let's tell you about.
Let's Sig join.
Let me tell you about the last days of my drinking, because I had a problem. I was such an alcoholic, dude. I couldn't make it through the day without a drink.
What were you drinking? Beer or like liquor?
Whiskey.
Yeah,
whiskey, vodka. Yep, I know. But it started out just beer, and then it was wine on occasion to break up the patterns, and then eventually I just got to vodka and whiskey because the beer made me get up to piss too much, and I was kind of lazy. So I was so sick that
by pissed to bed
early in my years a number of times. Yeah, it was bad.
One time I was sleeping with my girl and I got like passed out drunk and I fucking pissed all over her.
I bet she loved it, didn't she? She was a freak.
No, she was like, what the fuck? I blamed it on my dog. I blamed it on my dog.
Oh,
the dog did it.
Yeah, I was like, it wasn't me, it was the dog.
I tried to. Or never mind.
Dusty, shut up, Dusty.
You shut up, soccer goblin.
Oh, Jesus, like that call.
Change all these names to soccer goblin. Ooh. Yo, thanks for the goddamn. How much was that? $5. Thanks for the $5. Powder Dusty.
Yeah.
Powder Dusty, you're donating while you're in the fucking shit. What are you donating for, dude?
But give my money away.
Because generosity begets generosity.
It does.
Oh, so you are like a socialist.
I'm not a socialist at all. I'm a capitalist, but I also believe that generosity begets generosity. And I think that my theory is being shown true.
Yo, bring back Sig. He's gonna calm down. He's saying that he's gonna calm down. Bring back Sig.
Do you believe him? Do you believe him?
Yeah, I've talked to that motherfucker all the time.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Fine, Sig.
Is it hard to talk with the dick in your mouth?
Stop being weird, Sig. Stop being weird.
Soccer Goblin.
Soccer Goblin. I'll change my own name. Oh, no,
Hey, that's going to be helpful. That will be helpful if you encourage him. Because I was going to point out what I was seeing. If you believe him, it's a sign that you might have a pattern of believing in liars. Welcome back, Sig.
What's up, Sig?
Calm down, though, bro.
You're saying I'm a liar, but like,
who said you're a liar?
Sean.
Onwards. Right.
Thank you.
No, you don't like any contradiction of what you're saying. I respect that.
What?
This is true. I'll have to honor that, Sig.
Cheers.
You guys. Now wait, whoa! Don't.
Soccer Goblin.
Chuck's another codependent.
Well, you guys have to understand, Sig is only like 23 years old.
I found the Lord, Jack. I'm definitely codependent on the Lord, or God, or the Creator, whatever you want to call him.
Chuck, do you drink or do you smoke weed? What's your vice?
Cheers.
None.
Cheers.
I got no weed. I quit drinking in 2000.
Holy cows!
I quit smoking weed and I rather drink now, but I only drink beer.
Hey, Aldi.
Yes, sir.
What's going on here?
I mean, we started talking about like alcoholism, and you were trying to give me like telling me how it fucked you up and shit, and then you stopped drinking, and now you're all better now. Well, I'll tell you this right now, Jack. Like, I'm already planning on doing a sober June. So after this month, the whole month of June, I'm not gonna drink.
Bet she does a sober July when he fucks up June.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna get drunk
the
as fuck
idea
in
was
July,
that
for sure. I'm gonna
exactly.
get drunk
The
in
idea
July.
is that you get drunk as
But
fuck
I mean,
in
if
July.
every day,
Right? You're sober every day in June.
Fuck up, Sig.
And then in July, you're drunk every day.
Let him talk. Don't kick him. Let him talk. It's fine.
Flo, I think we need the other
hat. Both of you promised that he would shut up.
Aldi needs Jack needs like a commander to tell him what to do, I guess. That's crazy.
Jack, drop this motherfucker.
I could be your manager, Jack.
Calm down, folks.
It didn't work.
I'm trying to learn from Jack, and y'all keep interrupting.
Yo, Chuck.
Trying to understand.
Turn your camera on, Chuck. Bitch.
I'm sitting in the car, bitch. Get ready to go grocery shopping.
Bro, this is a real ass dude, bro. Tractor Supply Cap. Bro, this is good times. This is good times if he fucking wasn't an alcoholic.
All right, I'm sorry, Chuck. You're a real motherfucker, Chuck. You're the man.
I'm just an old dude that has experienced life on a lot of levels.
I gotta ask, Sean, have you had an alcohol or drug problem in the past?
No.
Then you're on the wrong panel.
Sean's got a flat Earth problem or a vegan problem.
Have you had a drinking problem before,
That's
Dusty?
Crazy.
I had a drug problem.
What? Dude,
where do you think the Dusty comes from? The powdered Dusty?
Yep.
Methamphetamines and shit. You're
Amen.
insane, Dusty. Dusty, what's the craziest shit you've ever done on methamphetamines?
They called him King of Crack.
But it wasn't because of the drugs. I even if something came to the front of my mind when you asked me that question, I for sure would not be telling it on here.
Praise God.
Dusty, you're not a bad looking dude. Why were you doing like
holy shit?
Signal, how does it make you feel hearing him say that?
Pull a bitch. You could pull a bitch and shit. Like why were you doing meth? Like, did some shit go crazy in your life? You had like a rough upbringing.
Why do dudes
what do you
do
mean,
that?
Dusty? Dusty, I already said that I would fuck Dusty over Aldi 1K. I already said that.
I'd rather fuck
Holy Shit, this got gay fast.
I'll fuck Chuck in his fucking pickup truck then.
All right.
Wow.
I'd rather be stuck with
The
Chuck.
Bible says two men ought not lay together.
Well, I know the Bible says that. We can't reproduce, but we can still have a good time.
Yeah, it's not gay if you have your socks on.
It's not gay.
Oh, this nigga has a spider coat.
Jack, I didn't come here to get
Spider
converted
coat?
to homosexuality.
You got spider coat? That's what it is? You're a bitch. You're a spider coat. Get the fuck out of here with that spider coat.
That's what that knife is called, Sig?
Buster.
Yeah, this guy looks like a
shit.
fucking
Fuck
Timu
outta here.
Bradley Martin. Look at this guy.
That's cool.
Okay, Flo, what's the
He's a messed
concept
out Bradley Martin.
of
What's what
socialism? Of socialism.
It's redistribution. Socialism is just redistribution of resources.
How? How do they do that? Is what I want to know.
Through force, the threat of force.
Well,
This
can you get more
this
specific?
guy's a Ryan Dunn fan.
So you have to be forced into socialism for it to work?
Can you opt out of socialism?
Yeah, you could leave.
No,
if you
can't.
If you can
could
leave,
leave the fucking country like
actually,
they're doing out here
if you
with
look
that current
historically, that's not really
administration.
true.
That's what they
Well,
did with the Jews. That's what they did with the Arabs. Historically, that is true. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm talking about all the labor camps in Russia that people starved and froze to death in.
Right? Okay.
What's the difference between communism
nothing.
and socialism?
Socialism is the lead into communism, so it's a loaded question to say what's the difference. Karl Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the key difference between the two?
G. Abbott, a lighthearted manner over Jack, when I say Karl Marx wrote the the Communist Manifesto. So Marx's socialism only leads into communism.
Can you own guns in socialism?
I do, no matter what the fuck anybody says about it.
Yeah, so Marx doesn't have any. Marx never says anything against gun ownership, but in practice, we see that most Marxists today are opposed to it.
Sure.
No, the communists definitely gun grab. Oh, I thought you were going 1v1 me and Aldi. Aldi completes me. I hope he comes deep inside my panel sometime. Aldi, my boy. Soccer Goblin. Jack, thanks for leaving me in the back while everybody ripped off my Soccer Goblin name.
What do you stream on? You stream on YouTube too?
Yeah, it's at /Illumatami. These motherfuckers never share my channel because I don't want any of these garbage viewers. But Aldi always had I've always had an Aldi. Yeah, let's cam, baby. I've always been near an Aldi all my life. My group's always had at least one Aldi. Maybe sometimes one would say I was the Aldi. And I don't know where you've been all my life. I think that a well-rounded, complete man finds a partner that they boost each other. But in your case, I'm willing to say, I think you complete me, Aldi. I think you complete me. Jack's looking for completion from some vagina. That's why he always fails at mating and familying. And now he thinks socialism is like the thing.
Two dudes building together is better. Oh man, we could build an empire together, Tommy.
You know when? Do you know when a married straight couple is the gayest thing in the world?
Yeah,
when they're on a tandem bike.
Sounds pretty gay.
Do you know when a man is almost mounted to another man and it's the most hetero thing in the world? If there was like a professional Olympics tandem bicycle course that like two athletic dudes had to be focused, like a bobsled, just tandem biking and all heterosexuality for that gold medal.
Nah, this is gay. Yeah, you're right. I don't think we could build an empire together, and I don't think it would be gay.
An empire is already built that we have to navigate, Aldi, and Jesus will come back and smash it down, and it won't be Jack Talcott. Jesus will spill Jack
Jesus
Talcott's
doesn't
blood.
approve of your homosexuality, Tom.
He doesn't approve of liars and faggots that aren't being addressed, that just want to market YouTube. I see what you're doing, Flow State, and you're even failing at that. Yes,
you're right. I'm cock blocking you. Let me shut up.
Like
I'll mute
you
up.
go on, You want to roll with Andrew Wilson, and you're not out here backing truth. You're out here just trying to win debates. So when you're backing Jack, you're not pushing truth. You're saying, hey, this is Jack's show. Just like on my show, I'll be tyranny. You're garbage. You do look weird with that picture frozen. And I wish I could have tried your meth back in the day.
Let me back some truth.
That aspect.
That looks like Chris K methed out without the goatee. That's exactly what it is.
Who's Chris K?
Aldi, tell me that doesn't look like Chris K methed out without the goatee.
He looks like my next ex-husband.
So you're saying, or you talking about
he looks like my next boyfriend.
Because maybe you're saying
back on track.
I said I said of you. You complete me. Jack, you've united.
We need Chris K in here. Where's Chris K at?
Tommy, I just subbed to your channel. Tommy, I just subbed your channel.
Oh, but I'll be the sub. I'll be the sub when we're alone, Aldi.
Jack, I just subbed to your channel.
Okay, you like the weird stuff. All right. Well, you like the weird enablement. So, okay.
Oh,
it's all dungeon,
Is
right?
this the kind of peace that you envisioned, Jack, when you said end all wars? Is this what you had? What you thought?
This is
breaking into homosexuality. The Lord is fighting people.
Can I say this?
Don't you kind of want wars back?
Unfortunately, there are a bunch of people. There's a lot of people that instead of like contributing to it, they just say, "Oh, isn't this what you want? It's so funny, right? Oh, look, you want all these problems, right?" And so they just they just laugh, right? When somebody tries to fix a problem and they face all these problems trying to fix a problem. It is what it is, though.
Jack sees problems, other men see a test of their life and worth and who they are. That billionaire, what's his name? That because he couldn't be in the military.
It's always somebody hating. It is what it is.
Because he couldn't be in the military in a time of war to see if he really had what it took to best another man in Mortal Kombat, he went after a bear with like a knife or a pistol or something. He's the one that says Russia made Bitcoin. What's that fucking billionaire's name? Is it Durst?
It's a Japanese guy, I believe the name.
No, but my point, Chuck, I know you didn't hear what I was saying because you were watching your cousin do the pole dance. My point is what Jack is trying.
Wait a minute, she's sitting on my lap right now, Tommy.
What Jack is trying to solve.
Let him finish.
What Jack is trying to solve is not seen by humanity all the time as a problem. When Small Mustache was trying to force Small Mustache on the world, no one saw war as a problem. They saw it as a have to, get to.
Yep, you're right.
They were deceived.
The youngest kids were trying to fake their way into those boots on the ground because they knew that guy had to go. Whether by Federal Reserve hit list or
it all started with socialism with him, though.
They were all deceived.
I gotta take a piss. Give me a second.
Leave your mic on.
Shit. This is
solution, guys.
Hang in there, Jack. We might get to something.
Is that a WWF belt he's got strapped to that chair? What is that?
I hope it is. I fucking it is. Please tell me it is.
Never ending. Holy cow.
I can grow my screen like Aldi can.
But I wanted to hear more on Jack's position.
It's a lion biting on a zebra.
Oh, that's my picture. I was talking about. No, look at it now.
Oh.
That's what I was talking about. He's got a WWF belt.
Oh, let me zoom it.
Oh,
back up. Oh, it is. It is. And the weirdest thing, because on Uncle Jack's show, some juggalette fronted one of those. It represents Antarctica. Like it
Jack,
shows.
Why did you full screen Aldi?
It shows Antarctica. I'm like, why? Who's WWE repping Antarctica?
Where's Jack at? Jack, why did you full screen Aldi?
Jack, stop
so we
being
can
weird.
see if that was indeed a WWE belt.
Did you earn that
is
belt?
weird.
Did you win that belt?
They're a commodity you can
He
purchase
bought it
online.
illegal.
WWE has a big merch following. How did an actual WWE wrestler earn it? It's his theater. Like Jack's gonna end World Wrestling, like he's gonna end World. It's all,
stop being weird, baby. Jack,
did I just hear Billy?
Was that Billy?
Show the belt. Oh, the WWE belt.
I know it did.
Motherfucker.
This guy. This is my dude right now. That's my
Come
dude.
and take it, Jack. I'm all for socialism, Jack. Come on, sweetheart.
Oh, I'll get the table, Aldi. I'll get the table.
Hey,
Look
all
like a
I'm
Christmas
about,
elf pulling out ring.
guys, what I'm
Jack,
talking
I thought you
about. What's that, Tom?
I thought you wanted to have fun conversations because watching you stumble through can you end secrets when anyone can just keep a secret, that was a struggle. That was painful. But Aldi,
what I'm talking,
He left a long time ago. See,
what I'm talking about with
he was here this morning though.
Aldi's not home, man.
Listening, Jack. Please continue.
Jack, that's it. Dave's not here.
So the idea behind the benevolent socialism, yeah, it's different than the things of the past. But what I'm talking about is a change in value where collectively we see resources. Resources aren't commodities, they're common heritage, where we work together to grow the common heritage. We grow in the value that is helpful and good. With
Jack,
yes,
as we speak, 3 to 5 Mexican trucks. Damn, don't they do homework? They do the best work at the best price and honest too.
Oh my god.
They want to get here to do this America thing while people whose ancestors suffered to get them their green natural birth card, they just hate it here. They just hate it. They want to burn it down, even the Wendy's. Anyway.
Jack.
Now there's a jet.
Yeah.
Now there's
Jack, can you clarify the distribution you're talking about so I can better understand?
Yeah, Chuck, tell us that.
Where we prioritize collectively, like we use oversight, transparency, we look at the facts and basic human rights, basic human needs, and the essential services. Those are the number one priority. So the number one priority might be here in America, we've got access to food and water pretty easy, but we can do better with shelter. We can do better with education.
Covered.
We can
this is
do
what's
a
wrong
lot.
with the left.
Tommy, can you let him finish?
If you'd like him to build his foundation on sand, sure.
So, Jack, Tommy's the I believe the only homeless person on the panel. Do you think that we should?
Homeless, liar, faggot. I'm not homeless.
Do you think that it would be benevolent to take money from all the rest of us and give it to Tom?
His lies and secrets? Are you enabling?
Good question, Flo. Good question.
Foolish, I think.
Jack, you want to know? Or Flo, you want to know how I know
I'm glad you're
a
a capitalist, Jack. Welcome.
You want to know how you're doing liar, Flow State? Do you want to know how you're a direct liar, Flow State?
How's that?
Oh, come on, stay on subject.
I've got those upholsteries of me not on your panel and you saying, well, he's ruthless, and he says that means he's voluntarily that. So to know the truth and then come out here playing your faggot YouTube games, it's why you don't want to see me in this life. Because you cross lines.
If you want to have sex with him, just say so.
No, in your case, think me and Flo are related, and we don't get down by men or relatives.
The
which is
truth
more than I can
is,
say for you, Chuck.
I know what you say is the truth, and I know what I believe, and I believe that you are not telling me the truth.
Right, you believe your bullshit. You believe your bullshit.
Correct.
Because you'll say, oh, XRP was a horrible investment, and you probably don't have any. Well, if I don't have any, then saying it's a horrible investment doesn't mean anything. When I was actually homeless, they said Elon Musk was a horrible investment. And I saw more money from that investment than you ever getting your door kicked in for being a meth dealer.
What is the distinction between actually homeless and not
That's
actually
crazy?
You said it yourself, faggot liar. And I just told it to your face. Your daddy doesn't get it when I tell him stuff straight to his face. I want this. I put all my belongings in storage. I left my apartment, and I want to sit naturally like JG out here. I'm inspired by the way JG can be out here train hopping outdoors. Doesn't faze him a bit. I may have disagreements with JG, but I was inspired. And also when I was actually homeless, there's reasons I said I'd always come back out here.
All right, Tom. So let me ask you just point. Let me ask you.
Go play block and talk narrative money grab game.
Tom, let me ask you point blank because I've never asked you. Could
That's all you do.
Let me ask you the question, Tom. Could you get? Holy fuck! Could you get a place to stay if you were to want one?
Anytime I want. The same way when you were going pound to pound, I was like, Tom doesn't have a car. If I want a car, I get a car. And it's actually my Father in heaven that would provide that, as even though we only ask as Christians, give us this day our daily bread. We don't ask us.
We don't ask for material things.
Hold on. No, my question is, can you provide these things for yourself right now? Not could God do a miracle?
Well, you know my context of just breathing air is because God. But yes, I've always told you that. And now you think you don't know? Oh, did you say cope every other time I've told you? I've got rifles in storage that are worth more than some of your cars. Multiple. Then I've got other things, other investments, other things besides what I come out here and spout. But I don't brag about it. I don't show numbers. I just don't need this Tom's
Hold on. Shout out to Hank O. Flamio for the $2.
That nigger.
Peel for peace, Tommy. I don't think
it means something because he put money behind it. He said, okay, and put fiat behind it so it means more.
Hank, you spelled peace wrong, retard. Hank.
He's retarded. He is retarded.
He spelled peace wrong.
Okay, so how would actually a socialistic system work, Jack?
Like the military. Yeah. The U.S. military is the most social entity on the earth. Most successful.
Can Tom redistribute some of the mic time?
That's what I thought too.
Your economics degree never said this on your turn. And when you say
praise God,
socialism is kind of like the military as well, right? Socialism.
Hierarchies win again.
Well, I'd like to hear Jack's explanation if y'all would.
Chuck, don't get your panties in a bunch.
Well, they are. I came here to try to learn something from Jack so that I may better understand.
Chuck,
it's a purple dildo.
Hey, Chuck, I do appreciate it. And Naldi, please be respectful of what Chuck is doing because he is.
And I'm sincere, Jack. I'm being sincere.
I trust you.
Chuck. I have no problems with Chuck. That motherfucker's my boy.
So the idea I have, it's truly collective effort.
In what sense? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
In every sense, we work together, sharing the best ideas, the best practices, helping each other, supporting each other, lowering the cost of everything. The cost keeps rising because these billionaires are in it to win it.
Give me some specifics. You're being general. I'm trying to understand this socialist outlook on
he wants to know the mechanics, not the philosophy.
Yes. Thank you, Flo.
Through cooperation, right?
Voluntary or involuntary?
Voluntary. Consider the same structures we've got right now. Okay. But I don't know anyone's actual experience, but consider yourself part of a mid-size or a large corporation, right? Many people become these disposable cogs where they're fucking irrelevant, particularly related to pay and the top. So rather than have these disparities within the one single organization that's competing with all the other organizations, right? And these organizations, they bring in teams of attorneys, to keep the competitive edge and to try and destroy the competition, rather than have a mindset of hierarchy where one class is better than another. It's a cooperative. that business works together fully. So the bottom employee has access to know what is the company's overall picture, and that's part of the conversations, so that the wages are more realistically distributed. And right now, the workers have no power until.
Sure, they do. The union.
Not every place, Chuck, there's been an effort, the efforts against communism. No communism, no socialism. Well, organization and working together. Hello, that's what those things are. So mankind has been brainwashed into refusing to what is good for it. That's why we have this oligarchy moving into Washington, D.C. I say we need to do something about it.
You're still at the big level. I'm trying to understand the functionality, like Flo said.
Let me move past Chuck's question, because I think that, and you're probably not gonna like this either, Jack, but I think that the reason that we're not getting specifics is because Jack knows good and well that there is no way to get to the specifics without being overt about the fact that it is a coercive system.
Holy shit. You're projecting what is true about capitalism.
I'm speculating.
You're projecting that which is true about capitalism.
Okay, then if I'm wrong, then let's get into the mechanics.
Yeah, without detail.
Tell you what, how about this? Since Chuck seems completely blind and I don't know what he lacks, Chuck, why don't you paint a picture of what you do understand about what I'm talking about? Why do I think this would work? How would it work?
No. I'm trying to get to your baseline to understand how this would work. That's the problem I'm having. I don't know how this system would work.
Tell you what, Chuck, steel man what I'm saying.
I can't, because I don't understand it. That's why I'm trying to get clarification.
But Chuck, the two go together. Your confusion, you've created for so long these patterns between us that you've convinced yourself you don't understand what I'm saying, and you're wrong. So let me answer your question very simply. I'm talking about no more secrets, no more lies.
That's a general concept.
Okay,
I'm talking about the mechanics, like Flo was talking about.
You have a mind of your own. Take that general concept and start filling in some details for yourself. Ask me the questions where you're not able to fill in the
Flo,
details.
can you explain it to me? I'm simple.
How can you enforce no more lies?
How are lies protected now?
You should do secrets instead of lies, Flo.
Okay, that's fine. Whichever, either one works. That's my question. It's about the enforcement mechanism behind this. Let's say that I'm totally on board with it. How do you enforce it?
Well, let's make sure we're discussing the same things.
Okay.
So are we talking secrets or lies?
Well, I don't know. It's your proposal. Which one are we talking?
The two go together.
I think that both of them are equally unenforceable.
You don't respect the truth.
I didn't say that wasn't a statement of value. That was an observation of mechanics.
This is an observation of you as a man.
No.
No, I'm telling you, Jack Talcott has experienced you personally, witnessed you personally. My honest testimony and feedback to you is that you lack respect for the truth.
You're in response to an actual question about your actual topic, you're defaulting to ad homs because you know that you can't give an answer. You don't respect the truth.
Let me try and answer your question.
Thank you.
Okay. Just like with Chuck, if you chose to understand, you'd think for yourself, but you want to play stubborn and you want me to prove everything as though the truth must be proven. See, this is the deception of today, the ego mind. I understand this shit. I know exactly what's going on and what you're doing, even behind your words. So How do you enforce no more secrets and
One
lies?
thing I will say in this conversation is there's no way to enforce anything anymore. With social media around now, everybody has their own opinion and everybody thinks that their opinion fucking matters with social media. Now that there's social media, at the end of the day, it's not like the fucking 90s. You can't make a cult. You can't fucking turn people into believers. You can't do any of this shit. Everybody has a goddamn fucking opinion, and there's nothing we could do. Right now, if you have a Twitter, there's a white and black war going on. White people hate the blacks, and blacks hate the whites. There's a huge war going on right underneath their toenails.
As a foundational Black American, there's always been a system of white supremacy as a backdrop for our society.
All right, so you're Black American.
It's true.
So what part of Africa are you from? What part of Africa are your ancestors?
You're gonna chase that rabbit? Fuck, oh dear.
I'm African too. I'm African and I'm Mexican. I speak fluent Spanish. I'm African as fuck as well. Well, what part of like?
I guess it was genuine. Forgive me.
What part of Africa are you from, Dusty?
You don't understand foundational Black Americanism. I'm a Native American Black person.
You're a Native American Black person, so you understand that Black is a color. It's not like a race or ethnicity.
Yes.
So why don't you say that you're African American Native?
You know that it's also an umbrella term for a skin color.
Yeah, it's an umbrella term for motherfuckers that like believe that they think that they're the goddamn shit and like, oh, no. I'm Black, I can do whatever I want.
There was Black people in America before the
pandemic. The white man owes me. So what? I could run into a goddamn. If I get my fries cold, I could fuck up a whole McDonald's.
The way they
you
shot
look like you
themselves
could fuck up a whole McDonald's, fat boy.
The way they shot themselves in the foot is white people still exist as we watch them racist each other according to skin tone. They hold up the chart like, oh, you like
the lead singer of Sugar Ray.
Oh my god!
I was
He's
thinking
actually
crazy.
trying to get my pants. He's trying to get in my pants when he talks
He
like
does
that.
look
He's
like
a
the lead singer of Sugar Ray, doesn't he?
Would you like to stay? Hey,
That's
Mr. Arbiter of when we're serious and when we're joshing around, would you like to tell me how Black people don't sit and bust on the lighter
Black
skin?
people get here just all of a sudden they just
By the sale of other Black tribes. Yeah, Black tribes sold Black people. White people enslaved white people.
Oh my god.
Jack were MSM zombie goons.
Dude, don't blame me.
They don't know actual Thomas
the origin of your fucking ancestors. Don't blame me.
LeVar Burton's great-great-grandfather was a 4-star Confederate general.
Ask anybody in Africa what they think about Black Americans.
I did.
I watched Black Americans give
like,
other foreign Black people employed at the airport a lot of shit for not being
shit about goddamn fucking Africa.
That's crazy.
Those two will be a good couple.
Yo, Jack, you kicked out Aldi. Let him back on. Come on. What are you doing?
I'm surprised that Sig isn't getting more jealous of Tommy than he is.
Ooh, I'm very jealous. Believe me.
It's fascinating.
So where were we before it devolved?
We were discussing secrets and lies.
Right. The enforcement mechanisms.
Well, here's what I want you to consider. I mean, I got a ton of resources for anyone who's willing to look or who has doubts. History shows the levels of corruption that have been played out between the banking, political, and economic system. It's literally made mankind stupid, particularly here in America.
I agree. But I'm no fan of you know that I don't like the Central Reserve fractional banking system at all either. That's almost just as big a crime as communism. But I think that the option would be capitalism without that parasite attached to it, because then you give people the freedom to make their own decisions with a money system that is not a pyramid scheme and exploitative.
Okay. How about this? One way or another, there needs to be a change to the system. We can't trust, in an ideal situation, if there's a money system, it's run by the state. But in a true just system, the state is run by the people. We don't have that. We've got all this power given away.
So I don't believe that I don't think it's possible to have a country as big as ours have an actual representative system. That's why we have delegates and stuff, right? So, but to the money thing, what we need is something like, I honestly think gold and silver, actual gold and silver, would be an ideal replacement. Why don't you think so?
We're still digging up the earth and destroying things.
That's the value, is there's a finite amount of it. When you have something like paper that's infinite, or digital numbers.
Here's what I look at. If we prioritize basic needs, right, and we use our resources towards the basic needs, we're not going to be hoarding and enable the hoarding of wealth. And especially if we use resources as a common heritage instead of commodities, so that the workers producing the resource, the gold, maybe they don't want it just stored in some asshat's vault, right? Maybe they
can do whatever they want with it.
Well, this is the idea. We've created a disconnection between so many layers, but especially from the consumer and the worker. There's so many disconnections there. That's why we have slavery, real life slavery happening right now.
Can you define that for me when you say slavery?
When an employee is required to labor without any say in the way in which they share their labor, in which they've been...
He's not.
They do get a say.
Yeah.
If I don't like this job, I move to another job.
Who does?
Why did you kick out Aldi?
Right now? We're all sitting here right now, not working at jobs like that.
Hey, Signal. And please,
that's a question.
I'm asking you and all to pay attention here and now. Okay? Signal. He's in the back because him and Tommy decided to start an argument. And the argument is a distraction from my purpose. And I know you haven't really found a lot of reasons to support my purpose yet, but you're here.
What?
So
Jack, we had a discussion. Jack, here's the thing. You're saying that, but honestly, Jack, we had a discussion not just today, but like the other day. And you said earlier, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, earlier today, you said that I understand where you're coming from. And I feel like I do. So I don't agree with that. I must say everything else, fine. You know, you want to object. Okay. But that I find objection.
I hear you, but I don't.
You don't think that you don't think that I understand, at least with this, let's say broadly speaking, right? Positive stuff, right? You don't think I understand where you're coming from?
No.
You do, but it's not because you've been listening. It's because you're intelligent enough to understand what socialism and capitalism are.
Be that as it may, does it make a difference?
I think Signal's talking
does it make
on
a
the
difference?
spiritual level.
I'm just pointing out.
I gotta say, this is a boring ass call. I mean, come on.
No,
we gotta spice it up. Jack doesn't let it let's spice it up. Let's get some
if this were a cult, you'd be
if you
Signal, I'm trying to understand
what was
Jack
that,
is
Dusty?
saying.
Could you say that again?
If this were a cult, you would be locked in the crawl space.
If this was a cult, I wouldn't be here.
Never mind.
I wouldn't be in a cult to begin with.
Never mind.
Over the
That's
head.
the problem. That's why that's the thing, Powder Dusty, is that you're able to, and other guests are able to go along with it. That's why you don't get kicked out, right? You don't get kicked out immediately because you're
I
going
get,
along with
I
it. In
do,
other words,
I do
if it was a
all
cult
the
as you're
time.
describing, you would be going right along with it. That's not me. That's why I get kicked out all the time.
Okay,
It is what it is.
You can reference your inability to navigate social situations as a virtue if you want to.
A cult?
It might just be autism.
You're a cult, but a cult though.
Signal. Are you an American?
Hypothetically, am I an American? What's your definition of American? Because it seems like that's changing lately. What's your definition of American, honestly?
Actually, that may help. Because if you immediately claimed it, I was going to point to the cult.
If I am culturally, am I culturally an American? Do I believe in American beliefs? Where I believe in America. You could be stationed overseas and you're still an American. You still have American beliefs. You are an American.
Well, I think beyond all that are people. And that is what I'm talking about.
Right.
And Chuck, when I was talking slavery, it's not just in America. We are part of the world and history. So space and time, the two go together. We are that. What's happening in the world today, we're a part of history.
All right, dumb question. I got a question. If we don't fix what we have here, how can we possibly include the rest of the world?
Why do you ask that question, Chuck?
You're talking about fixing things.
Well, Chuck, exactly. And so you're asking a question that's irrelevant to this as though you're still confused. I'm talking about fixing the broken parts of the American system.
He's not talking about not fixing America.
Thank you.
Okay, I got lost because he started talking about the world, and I'm thinking,
well, America's part of the world.
Yes. But until we fix our problems, we can't even deal with the rest of the world.
Well, okay, Chuck. Yes. And you've been telling yourself that for a long time.
Jack, are you going to let your guests that are backstage, you going to let them on or what? Honestly.
You should leave Aldi timed out for 5 minutes longer every time Sig asks you that, and vice versa.
I'm not speaking for anybody specifically, just anybody that's backstage.
Aldi, I want you to
but I
know
guess
that
you
I
picked
see
your favorites, Dusty.
Aldi, Signal truly loves you, and I'd never come between that. You guys are magic together, and I would never. I might like Unicorn. I'd unicorn what you have going.
That's crazy.
I can tell that Signal does love Aldi, and I love Aldi.
You've already become a home wrecker, Tom.
You're a panel.
I got
Zombie Industries can show back in Jack's earliest days. Flow State's just showing up. How you warrant this? Try and unpack this for me, because Flow State knows you're bullshit, Jack. But look how he's helping you, YouTube. Do you think your message is gonna get out while this flat bill? What color did Paul say is? How you gonna get anywhere with how serious he has people take you?
How about we just focus on what is true? We figure out what the truth is, and if we can figure out,
how can you figure out what's true if you have people backstage and you don't let them on and speak?
Can I make an example?
Magic together.
I want to make an example real quick.
Go on.
Go ahead, Flo.
This situation right here shows exactly the benefits of capitalism over socialism. Under capitalism, you have to exchange value. And like Tom said, I might not agree with Jack's message at all. And in fact, I certainly don't. But I do at least help him YouTube. So there's an exchange there.
When you said
you
these
don't agree
boys
with him and you don't help him YouTube.
When you said these boys need to learn to navigate social systems or social situations, that was your acrobatics, not to say manipulate social situations. And I've had my time of
The two are
riffing
the
ass
same thing.
panels.
We're just talking about a derogatory term versus a non-derogatory
But like
term.
I told you, you seem to be the arbiter, like your daddy, of when we get to be serious and when we can go joshing around. And you distract and
I don't make
revert
that
when
decision for
see
you. I
fit.
make it for
And
me.
Jack can't see it. Jack can't see it like competent people can.
Would you get
Can
to
you
your
see yourself,
point?
Flow State?
Do you
You're
have
a hobby. You're a hobby psychology
have
guy, Flow State. You see yourself?
You know that manipulate and navigate are the same. They're referring to the same thing. Yes, it's just one's derogatory. So sure, if you want to, no. If you want to bring in the derogatory term, fine, I'll wear it. I'm not going to argue with that over that because it's not the important part of what I'm saying. It's a distraction.
It's not as much a derogatory term as much as it does say what you're doing.
So we're
It's a
going to get
lot
stuck
like
on this
you saw
tangent.
with Paul and Slade. You're just
Do you
another
see,
type
I
of
made
Paul
a
and
whole
Slade.
ass point, and you're missing it entirely.
No, you missed that once I came up here and said shit meal, happy shit meal, benevolent socialism. You let that Jack backstage me and you all took a turn acting like that's your idea. And you just, you're just putting benevolent. So thanks for catching up, Flow State.
Are you helping Jack right now make content?
No.
I'm not here to make content. I'm here to fix this dude's imagination and delusions, brother.
Does he want
I've
you
known
to
him
help him
longer
fix
than
it?
you. I've known him long.
Praise God.
So that's what socialism is like. And obviously,
I
things
think
are
it's
smoother
got
when
to
there
be a balance
is the
of
hierarchy,
one or
right?
the other. I don't think that it needs to be. Some people think it's one or the other. I think it's important to exercise a balance.
Honestly, I have a really good question for you, Jack.
Please.
So when I first joined in, you were talking about like the Palestinian war and like Israel. Why don't you talk about the genocide, the white genocide that's going on in South Africa? Why don't you ever talk about that? They're literally fucking murdering white people. The Africans are literally murdering people. There's a whole Holocaust going on in Africa, South Africa right now. Why don't we ever get into that shit, Jack?
That's enough.
Socialism, by the way.
Hello, brother. You're
All right,
kind of
go ahead.
missing.
Sorry, I was fucking backstage for a long
Hey.
time. I'm fucking worked up.
You were.
Go
you
ahead.
were.
Go ahead.
And Aldi, you're welcome to correct your name anytime you want. But
Paid for that.
I know you did.
I want my $5 back.
Yeah. What are the terms and conditions? Oh yeah, finders keepers, whatever. Possession is 9/10 of ownership, whatever. Hey.
So I guess thanks.
The other conflict. What's that? Go ahead.
That's not very good marketing.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, the other conflict. Why aren't we talking about the other conflicts? I don't know the details. I don't know the details of a lot of the conflicts. I know that what's going on in Sudan. Holy shit. Not just Sudan, but Haiti. And
they're eating each other. They're eating
what's
each other.
that? Yeah.
They're like cannibals over there. They're like barbecuing each other and they're eating each other.
It's gotten to the end times. And I think this is where we're at. The world is at this breaking point and tipping point. What are we going to choose? What are we going to do? I believe it's time for righteous leaders to arise. It's time to get better people. The problems in Sudan, I don't remember the history, but I know that it's the problems right now. It's a lack of leadership. It's true that mankind, we need some sort of order and we need some sort of people and system to look to. Well, I suggest that mankind here in America, we've been a little confused.
Stop with this picture. I hate this picture. Take it off.
Oh, dude, then
Listen,
that's
the point
insane.
that I'm trying to prove though too, like Jack, and don't be mad at me, Jack, but like the point that I'm trying to hold literally like prove is like, bro, no disrespect. If you're gonna cover these wars and you're gonna cover this shit, Be an actual journalist. Don't be one-sided.
Stop,
Cover
please.
both sides.
All right, hold on.
Cover all of it.
Hold your advice, please,
Go ahead.
because I'm not actually just reporting the news. I don't even usually bring up the news, but I wanted to show some of the destruction that's going on in the world today. It's modern day times. And there's absolute war. There's been clearly identified war crimes that the United States government has been supporting. I suggest that it's enough. It's time for the citizens to stand up, take back power from the bankers and the corporations. That's up to each of us. Each of us need to start becoming responsible and making better choices with our purchase, our spending dollars, and especially our time. What are we doing with our time?
Jack,
we should do a fundraiser to raise money for Goblin to buy teeth.
Jack, can I ask you something? Are you like a informant? Are you working for the
Yo, Jack, do you have Jack? Is there anybody? I have a friend, Jack. I have a friend that's a veteran backstage. His name is Hellcat. Aldi, shut up for a second.
Oh, Hellcat's
I have a friend that's backstage. He's a veteran. Hellcat is a veteran.
A veteran, yeah.
How you doing? What's up? I'm just coming into this, so I was listening to what Jack was saying, and he does have a point. He's saying something that I've been trying to tell other people right now. The United States has been complicit in a lot of stuff, and right now the time is that, you know, and I hate to say this, and I really do, but we just can't say, oh, hey guys, we're nobody. We didn't do anything. Whoops, you didn't see that. No, come on.
Well, motherfucker, what side would you rather be on? We're on the right side.
I'd rather.
Would you rather be on the side that's getting war crimes committed on, or would you rather be on the side that's committing war crimes? We're on the right side.
I'd rather not be on any side, bro, because at the end of the day, it's gonna be nasty for everybody. Like right now, Israel, I'm gonna tell everybody, Israel is about to do something that is gonna piss off another nation, and it's going to start everything. It's going
to. Which other nation?
30 goddamn years old, and I'm ready to go to war. I'm ready to go to war in
many of them.
Goddamn country.
Yeah. Israel is provoking many.
I'm ready to commit war crimes.
Like I'm going to be honest with you, Israel's not the real state that God says. When God said protect Israel, He meant protect the Israelites. That's not the real Israel. That's
black
not
people are the real Israelites.
Are you saying, oh, this fucking guy Dusty's a black Hebrew Israelite? Holy fuck!
Well,
you're a black Hebrew Israelite, Dusty.
Aldi, I'll say this. In my time serving as an infantryman and stuff, I have come to learn different religions. And the one thing I've noticed,
I'm a Jew myself.
The one thing I have noticed with a lot of religions is that at the end of the day, they all pray to God or Allah, the God, or whatever. It's still God. But my thing is, you've got the difference between Jews who are peaceful and Zionist Jews who just don't care, and they want you to basically listen to what they have to say.
That you're scum,
yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and I'll say it, right now, when I'm dealing with my wife.
Though. It's not just the Jews, Hellcat. It's the same thing with Muslims.
Feels like the drunk tank in here.
If you don't believe in their shit, they're allowed to like fucking kill you.
It's the whole world's messed up, bro. The whole world's messed up. And
excuse me, the host is full screen. Can we listen to the host?
Jack, hurry up, you fucking bearded bitch. Talk, don't be giggling.
Holy
cow. To be giggling, Jack.
Can we trade Soccer Goblin for Noel?
What's up, Lex?
You know what?
Oh, wait. I mean,
yeah.
1K.
Yeah.
Hi, what's up? Hi, my day was doing good, and
your day's doing good?
Hello.
Welcome.
What kind of dance did you do, Noel?
So the dancing was really good, and yes, I took a shower finally.
Thank God.
Thank you. I feel much better.
That's where Signal's at right now. He went to go take one too.
And where is Margot?
She's probably hiding from you.
She's in Flo's bedroom.
Where's Margot?
No, all right, Margot. I won't tell her you're here.
Hi, Hi,
Hey.
Alvaro. How was everybody's day today?
It's good. It's good.
Good.
What
It's
did
been
you guys do
amazing.
today?
Well, I want to come back to this conversation we were having, Noel. We were talking about the news and the news of today in the Middle East. Oh yeah, welcome to you as well, El Perro. Good to see you, brother. You guys were pointing out the obvious. Here's what I was thinking. Here's an observation I had regarding fighting. You know, those who are involved in the fight, they got to pay attention to the fight, and that's going to be their focus, or else they're going to lose. So sometimes the best ones involved, or the best ones who can stop a fight, are the ones outside, right? The ones inside the fight, they're the only ones who can choose to end fighting. They're the only ones who can choose to stop. But those on the outside, us, we can be the ones who create the intervention into the conflict through diplomacy, but America has not been very good at that, not in the pursuit of profits, right? And that's what has been for the past.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to tell it's kind of like trying to tell a drunk that he's a drunk when he's not ready to admit it yet.
Says the central bank, El Perro.
Yeah, give me money. I love money.
You make your own money.
Damn
Welch
right,
off
my
the
own
system.
stamps too.
Welch off the system.
Yeah, okay.
No,
Do you not, by not paying your own debts that you incur?
Again, you don't understand the payment system, so once you realize that, you'll understand that I do in fact pay them. It's called redemption. Look at their definition of payment. It says redemption.
Oh,
well, here's what I know. These systems, the manipulation has been through the regulation, and the regulation and manipulation has caught mankind that we have all these debts. I mean, hell, look at what's advertised and taught to the children of today. They're inheriting trillions of dollars of debt here in America. Well, who's responsible, and where's that debt being paid to? Who are the recipients of that debt? Who's the interest going to? It's all this banking scheme. It's all a bunch of fabricated
all of the
nonsense.
interest that, again, these banks, right, fractional reserve system, they make money out of thin air.
Yep.
They are not giving you money that they have. They're creating money. And then on top of that, they charge interest. Why do they get the interest? And here's the thing. You look at American history, right? The US dollar used to be backed by the Treasury, used to be backed by gold. At a certain point, I think in the 70s, they removed the gold standard, and that's why we have the inflation that we have today. But even before that, there was the gold back or whatever. Jack, do you have Aldi backstage? Is he backstage?
You can't. You guys are
gonna let him on.
Oh wait,
You
I'm
happen to
sorry.
let him on?
Yes. I'm sorry. I
Dude,
didn't.
I
see
asked
him
you the
back there.
question and then you put me backstage for some reason, Jack. What the fuck? Yo, one thing, and don't take this crazy. Yo, Noel, I like the way that you're chewing on the straw. Can you chew on my foreskin like that?
No.
Can you chew on the foreskin like that, though?
That's crazy.
God.
I like your glasses, though. I like your glasses.
Ask the
guys.
Nancy.
I bet you only like black guys. Huh.
So
I'm a black guy.
anyway, here, regarding the fractional reserve, what Signal described is accurate. It's a debt system. They're not, the local bank is not actually loaning out money. They're creating money, and it's just money has become numbers in a computer system. So,
and it's one thing for the government to do that. It's one thing for the government to have the authority over its own currency.
There you go.
It's another thing to have a private system have authority over a government's currency, right? That therein lies the problem.
Thank you. And that's what I believe we need to Not if we want a better world, or if we want to avoid self-destruction, because that's the path the world's at right now. Selfishness and greed, the corporations have taken over the state. That's fascism. And we've got the state employees, Donald Trump and others, they're willingly working hard for the corporate system, but it sure as hell not serve you and I. Not yet.
Right. And Signal made a very good point there. In America, there is a reserve currency. The national currency is printed by the Treasury, known as U.S. notes in bond form, which you must privately invest in.
Correct.
Right.
There's no
El Perro, can you like give us an introduction? I've never like seen you before. Have you been in the military before or something?
Nope.
Nice to see you, homie. No? You just know a lot about the government and shit, or what?
Oh yeah.
Hey,
good
Aldi.
to see you, my friend. Good to see you, bro. Nice
El
to meet you.
Perro could be a great new channel to subscribe to as well. He does a lot of talk.
If he live streams, I would love to like subscribe to his shit.
He does.
Well, post some of these guys' channels, bro. I mean, if I eat, we all eat. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like, you're a socialist.
That's what I feel.
Motherfucker, post some of these guys' channels on here if you believe in that shit. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yep.
Sorry, bro.
Share them super chats. I'm all for that.
Yeah, spread around the super chats too.
Beautiful. Austin,
some money too, motherfucker.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. There's a number of mods.
El Perro. All right, I just subscribed to El Perro.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Oh,
So wait a minute. So if you're saying you're a socialist, correct?
Mark.
Or no,
yeah,
is that
Jack
right?
is a socialist. Jack is trying to
He's saying
spread
no.
socialism and
I don't think
benevolent.
that's why I was asking real quick because I'm processing. So
Thank you for asking. And here's the thing. I'm pretty reluctant to identify myself in any way, right? But generically, I oppose the current world the way that it is. I don't accept it, right? It's not good enough for me. So
do you promote socialism as an alternative?
No. Not in the historical perspectives. However, should we be able to work together, I believe what would result would be a benevolent socialism. It would
But working together is when, like, say, two parties both contribute towards an end, right?
Dude, Jack, can you
So
put
when
Noel on the backstage?
two parties,
hard as fuck. Like,
shut up.
dude,
When two parties contract in, say, an employment situation or a trade voluntarily, that is working together. Capitalism is working together.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree. It's under the pretense of working together in appearance, but in substance, it's an oppressive system where it's servitude. One is working voluntary.
I think where Powder's probably trying to get is that the government does see all three, like socialism, capitalism, communism, as the same under their eyes.
That's not at all where I was going.
Oh, well, I'm just saying that's what they do. But socialism is, I agree with some socialism, but I it's to an extent. It's to an extent. You know, like I said, it's like he said, like something like this. But you know what I'm saying? Everything works if you can mix it together. But when you can't mix it together, then you get nothing. You get a pile of shit.
Yeah, I fundamentally disagree with communism, socialism, and all coercive redistribution.
She's over here. She's all wet. She's about to show her tits and shit.
Okay, you're against coercive redistribution, and I can only imagine what that means, but I can understand it as well. But we have extortion and exploitation right now.
Sure, that's a human feature, but that's not baked into it's not baked into free market capitalism. It is actually baked into communism.
Well, here,
I mean, literally, communism is the ideology of slavery.
No, that's capitalism.
If you're told what to do, if you're told what you get, what are you?
Dude, that's Here, hold on. Here in
Communism
America,
is basically like it doesn't matter how
Can you
hard you
drop
work.
all these motherfuckers
All you
so that we can have this
motherfuckers are
talk?
gonna. It doesn't matter if you work harder than anybody. You're still gonna be paid the same, motherfucker.
You're retarded. You're an asshole, and you look like a Q-tip.
Oh.
Well, actually,
I guess censorship wins, Mr. Ego.
Not enough of it.
Well, when we look
enough of it. Right, here's the thing. That's where you and Dusty, Jack and Dusty, you guys are right there. You guys agree. Censorship wins. Go ahead, do what you got to do, Jack.
I agree with more censorship than he does.
Signal. If you look at the facts, I believe the facts.
The facts are you're not letting people express their opinion, which is
The
your
facts are,
entire
this is his
point.
channel, not yours. You drunk fuckers come up here.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Again, the fact is you had an entire argument. You had a very wonderful thesis about how everybody should.
All right. You can go on and on with your complaints, okay? But your complaints are your problems. And the interruptions have been an interruption. They've been disruptive. Signal, you and Aldi, you're good dudes. You're not as fucking smart as you think. Okay. We were trying to have a real conversation. And it was about
slavery and coercion.
Slavery and coercion.
Right.
Thank you. I say that the current system we have, because we're all relying on money, and the money comes through debt. That's what we talked about with the fractional reserve.
Mm-hmm.
We have debt slavery, wage slavery.
Correct. I mean, to an extent, yes. We are the collateral that the U.S. uses to borrow against to create dollars. I agree. The fractional reserve system is an issue. We both agree entirely there.
Now, another issue for me, sorry to interrupt, but another big issue for me is the lack of equality in the workplace.
How so?
Well, the fact that, especially in America, workers don't have a way of telling the boss, hey, this needs to be changed. I mean, we've developed over the years these protective organizations in the government, OSHA and the other
because a business owner created the business and the employees work for him in his business. It'd be like, do you think that me and Sig and Aldi should be able to tell you how to run your channel? It's exactly the same thing.
It's not exactly the same thing.
I mean, this is your channel.
It's the appearance, right? Okay, how about this? Should you guys agree that we need to find a way to spread the message, live without fear all around the world? And we need to find a way to get Jack in front of greater platforms and to get Jack in front of an audience. Then we would have a cooperative effort.
All right, so let's have a cooperative effort. We'll do that, but I want to change the message to live with fear instead. All in favor, say aye.
That's illogical.
Doesn't matter. It's what the workers want.
I go back to my earlier claim that you don't.
But there's healthy fear.
And Chuck, your observation is really irrelevant to the conclusion I'm offering.
But he's a worker here in this simulation, so you, the boss, can't tell him that his thing is. That would be fascism.
No, we would here, and again, this is what I'm talking about. We do in the workplace, in the community. We discuss the facts. What are the facts?
The facts are that Chuck and I have voted for Live with Fear, and so it's 2-1 because those three didn't vote at all. So
all right, so you have
two message to the channel.
You have two opinions.
Yeah.
See
versus
now here.
Versus one.
Opinions are not. I mean, those are facts to consider.
You can call them whatever you want, but I mean,
however, I know not to trust, especially the opinions of you.
That's fine.
Chuck.
You don't need to trust the opinions of me. You trust the system that you want. This is socialism in action. We're changing it to live with fear.
No. There's been no reason to change.
You mean we haven't invested in the channel as much as you have? I agree. But
what if you walk up to the edge of a cliff? Is it not fear that keeps you from walking off of that cliff?
Holy shit, Chuck.
I thought that would be common sense.
Yeah, logic, reasoning would be the holy shit, Chuck. You're so in your own world, man.
No, I'm being honest. People have a fear.
You're in your own world, dude.
I know you hate me, Jack, but I'm trying to cooperate and learn.
No, let me cooperate for you. It doesn't matter if you think that he's right or wrong. He might be wrong as shit. This is the workers uniting to change the name.
And again, the facts are what I go to.
What gives you the right to choose the facts?
So I accept the fact that there's two opinions that want it changed. I want to know the facts those opinions are relying upon. What is the purpose of
We don't have to convince you.
You do in a justice because this is the whole point.
We'll walk that thought process through.
In a just society, people have the knowledge, right? We have a say. We get a choice.
Well,
but
Chuck and I were trying to have a say, and you backstage him.
We go to the facts. What are the facts showing?
We have different opinions on what the facts are.
And again, this is what I'm trying to help the world realize. You don't have to stay in agreement when the facts show what is real.
So are you trying to opt out of our socialistic vision for your channel?
Actually, I'm trying to stop entertaining your delusion. Your imagined hypothetical. It's interesting, but
I feel like my time on this panel is short-lived. If I don't get to say goodbye and I love you guys, goodbye and I love you guys. But this has been an excellent demonstration of exactly the problem with socialism and communism.
So you think? I mean, that's your story. You imagined the scenario. You're imagining the results, and you're going to imagine the narrative. Congratulations. It proves what I've been saying.
Which is what?
You're kind of delusional, dude.
Are you gaslighting me so that you don't have to use the system you propose?
Not at all.
That's the most exact. Oh my god! Now you're gaslighting the audience.
All dudes talking. That's crazy.
You know what?
My bad. I'll be quiet if you guys are having a conversation.
Hey, congratulations, panel. We all get $1.20.
Thank you.
Yo, Noel, let me clap.
$10? Damn. Yo, you got to do a shout out, Jack. Like, shout out to our poll for the $10 fucking goddamn donation. W stream. 5 likes in that motherfucker. Put in another like.
You're a good hype guy, Aldi.
You know
he's pretty good hype guy.
You are a good
Noel. Why don't you guys pay this girl Noel? She's like chewing on a straw and then she smells it. Dude, that girl's like autistic or something.
Yes.
That's my favorite type of girls. I love autistic girls. I can fix you, girl. Noel, I can fix you.
How about you stem on my cock?
Hey.
Oh, don't say shit like that, Sig. Kick him.
Absolutely.
Sig, that's weird, bro. That's weird, bro. Don't talk to my girl like that.
Jack, and can you kick the other guy, please? We don't want that.
No,
yes.
Chill, please.
No, kick the other guy, please. Thank you.
I agree. No worries. Welcome to you, Philip. Good to see you, brother.
Hello, brother.
I approve of the drops. You gotta protect women around here, or else the creeps get out of control, and then the women don't come around.
You know what? You're
Jack,
right. And please forgive my delays.
Jack, and thank you for kicking him out.
Hey, thank you for speaking up for yourself and letting me know what you wanted. It made sense too. So anyway, economics, right? Economics. I don't know why it is so challenging to consider the idea of having businesses created and generated with the willing contribution and support of the employees.
That's exactly what it is. It's easy to consider, but when we try to implement it, as we just saw, it doesn't really implement well.
It will with proper understanding.
It will once you're the recipient of the benefit, not the contributor of it.
Your narrative doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the reason that this didn't work out, the reason that you don't like socialism in this case is because you're the one giving up something that you have for us, for other people's benefit. If you're the recipient of the benefit.
Dude, that's not accurate.
Okay, then what's the reason that you don't want to change it to live with fear?
Because it's illogical. Why? What is the logic behind the message of living with fear?
No, you gave up your authority in this situation, so it doesn't matter.
Well, see, that shows you're clearly not understanding what I'm saying.
I am understanding exactly what you're saying.
No,
You're saying
flow state. If you understood what I was saying, you wouldn't make the claim that I'd given up all rights to logic and reason.
So you don't actually want to redistribute your authority?
That's a straw man argument.
No, it's exactly right.
Explain it. Explain, because I believe you're confused and you're projecting your confusion.
So under socialism or communism, whichever you want to call it, the current owners and controllers would have to forfeit their right to own and control so that the population at large could do that for them. In this scenario, you are the owner. You don't want to give up your right to wealth or to the channel.
I don't give up my rights to logic and reasoning.
No, but you give up your...
Because, hear me out. What you're fucking doing, you're playing these games that are real life today. This bullshit of today, people gang up on each other and they make up facts, right? That's literally what's happened in my life with Miss Margot and Chucky Boy, Chuckles, several others. They made up a reality, and that's what you're saying I'm promoting. That's not true. I'm saying facts control our decisions. So I got a ton of facts and logic that explain why do I have the message live without fear.
But Jack,
facts support that.
If you don't want the current people in power to have the authority to decide things and control resources, why do you want to retain that authority for yourself?
It's a false narrative. It's a straw man argument, dude. You're not even trying to understand. You're so convinced that I'm wrong. You're just
you're not trying to understand my resistance to it.
Well, I've never seen Jack state any
resistance, and I know you're wrong.
Yeah, I've never seen Jack stated as a perspective of having authority in a position to do anything about it as an authoritarian. He has always asked others to come along with him as a group.
Yeah, and now the group has decided that we wanted to change it to live with fear.
Why?
No, you can't do that.
Why not? Why not?
Then the group has changed.
But this is our means of production.
Who's our?
Hold on. El Perro, stop entertaining him because this is just ignorant. You're being obtuse and deflective. You're not even considering how you're wrong.
I thought he was helping me tease out the finer points of how I'm right.
You are wrong. You did this here. Here's another example, dude. You did this in real life from our personal collaboration.
What'd I do?
You ended the time. You totally ignored what I actually said to you, which are facts.
Which was what?
The feedback I gave to you, the direction you can grow and improve. And you kept telling yourself, you confirmed that you are perfect. And here you are, once again, prideful and arrogant, wanting to prove me wrong. And I'm telling you, dude, you need to step back and reevaluate.
Do you recall the specific suggestions you gave me that I ignored?
Your selfishness. That was one. And I pointed out that you clearly have lost sight of what's important.
What's that? I don't think I have it all.
I know.
What is it I'm focused on, and what is it I should be focused on?
Ooh, right here in this conversation, you just revealed it. You think you think your opinions are important, and the truth is important.
This is a gaslight session. This is a struggle session.
No, where my original thought was family.
Okay.
You bought into the American way, and a means is to an end, but you've lost sight of the reasons, and the reasons is your family. It's your health, but you've allowed your health to deteriorate. You saw that. Are you fucking kidding me? You've got a YouTube body, dude.
I'm a little bit pudgier than when I was working construction every day. That is true.
Mm-hmm. It's a sign.
But guess what? It's probably better health for longevity. That shit's real hard on your body. This shit's not real hard on my body. This shit allows me to work whatever hours I want. That shit didn't. This gives me more time for my family to use it when I can use it than that shit did. This is better for all of the things that that we agree I should focus on.
Except your health.
No.
And time with your family, because let's face it. Are you really gaining,
what did I just say to you?
You gain more time away from a job site.
Right.
But you're not spending time with those who you love.
Are you
those
sure?
Who love you? Well, they might be around you. I mean, I was there and I witnessed your wife and
sitting right off camera all the time, right?
Yep. And she's not paying attention to you, and you're not paying attention to her, and you're cohabitating together.
I don't know that I think you're in a situation to critique my interaction with my family. You're just not.
You didn't. But you did invite me to coach you, and I took advantage of it, and you didn't listen. And because you didn't listen, I'm still dealing with your pride and your arrogance today. But it was your pride and your arrogance that prevented you from listening.
You're right.
It's amazing. I love you.
Well, it's your pride and your arrogance that makes you think I should listen.
No, maybe, but it's my love of truth.
No, it's
most
not.
Importantly, yes, it is.
Let's not do that. Let's not pretend like you have a monopoly on truth.
Well, I can explain my words. I can explain the facts that support my confidence.
Okay.
It would be the results that could be gained if you had a change in your mindset, right? Redirecting your priorities a little bit and the way you spend your time.
So if I listened to you, I could have better health, better finances, and better family.
Yep.
All of those things are better for me than you.
Yes. Yes, they are.
And I don't mean to be a douche, but you took the conversation here.
Well, let's face it. I love you, but I'm being honest, and facts are facts. And this is how I see the facts. There's similar patterns between you and me, Powder Dusty and Jack Talcott, and then our friend Illumitami and Paul Unslaved. Each of us does similar things in different ways, doing the panels and such. But what makes me different than the others, and this includes you guys, okay? What makes me different than the others is the others are hosting a space for people to hang out and entertain themselves.
Yeah, can we hear Phil? I would like to hear Phil's thoughts if you're agreeable to that.
Please.
Well, I was going to let you guys continue your conversation. I have a different question for Jack. What was the question to me? I can try, but I want to say this is your guys' thing.
Well, I was sort of tossing the ball over you to remove us from this.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Since I just got here, I want to see how everybody's doing because I don't want to assume how everybody's doing. I mean, I know you guys are like having this interaction, but maybe you guys are both doing good.
We are.
It's a lover's quarrel.
It is.
I like
it. Noel, keep it together.
How's Noel doing?
I'm doing good.
How's that straw doing? You getting a new one?
It's doing even better.
And Hellcat, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm just listening to these guys just soaking in knowledge. That's all.
What
Knowledge
do you
is
usually?
power is key.
I think wisdom is key.
I can agree with that. Wisdom too.
And then because knowledge is no good unless applied.
I just always grew up. My grandfather always told me knowledge is power and power is key, and nobody can ever take your power of knowledge from you if you don't allow them to.
My grandfather always said, "Taylor, you're a foundational Black American." I was like, "Goddamn right."
Noel, what did your grandfather say?
I don't know.
And Jack, what did your grandfather say?
Oh, he was pretty racist.
He said, I am a good person. And he is.
Oh,
yeah. Thank you, Noel. Yeah. So Jack, I want to explore an idea with you because I was talking to Chris about this. And I was wondering if maybe we can apply your concepts of live without fear and love to money instead of getting rid of it. Applying those concepts and learning how to use money in those concepts. Like I figure if I wanted to end a war, I could just throw money at the guy who wants to start the war. It's like, bro, do you want the land or do you want $1 trillion? And all I have to do is print $1 trillion, and he's dumb enough to take it.
That's a good incentive to start war. Fuck you, Jack.
Well, that's where you go. That's where you do the UN. It's like, well, we'll fine you if you start the next war. So you start taking
away. I take it back, Jack.
And it's all digital, so there's nothing stopping us from all we need is a hacker.
But the digital results, the results are not digital because it actually it steals wealth from the existent note holders.
Yeah, but in Jack's concept, it's not. It's not the same. It's not used the same way. It's a new way of using it. So I want to see what Jack has to say about that. Can we use love and not scared to use our money in good and positive ways for money instead of maybe trying to invent a new system? Because I think we have tried many systems.
I actually love that observation, and that's kind of it. I'm not suggesting we completely throw away everything, because we've got a lot. There's a lot of great qualities in what has developed in the laws, in the commerce, in technology. But we got to face it. We're 2025. Think back to what you know of early 1900, right? We advanced technologically through refrigeration, electricity. We've got modernized, and then we connected the world completely through logistics. We've seen some results of what logistics will do over the past few years, right? And with the tariff discussions going on right now, our entire way of living here in America, it can change pretty quickly. And I don't know how many people are prepared for some of the changes that are possible, but bringing love into the idea, this is what I'm pointing out with this topic, the whole idea of benevolent socialism. It's using compassion, going to the facts, where the facts show the need is in the greater community or in a immediate disaster. What is the need? What are the resources available? And where's using compassion? Sorry, there's the point. We use compassion to direct the use of our resources, our labor, our energy. The systems we have today in America, we're seeing what's going on. For those who can see it. The emergency responses, right? We had communities facing natural disaster here in America, and they're on their own. But we saw that communities can come in and replace a lot of the dependence on the government, but it requires people willing to stand up.
We could start that right now.
We can. And
with
there
this
is.
Channel.
I want to.
Benevolent socialism to me seems like an oxymoron.
I know it does, but that's because you're looking at the limited past ways.
Well, let's have benevolent greed.
What's that?
Could we, since you think capitalism is greed or slavery, could we have benevolent slavery?
No.
But it's for our own good.
Not for those who are enslaved.
So you want the ability to opt out?
I want the ability to be voluntary, yes. And I believe that with given the right education and incentive, dude, people will get in and
education be voluntary. Because if you want there to be a voluntary system, then I'm all for that too. If you can opt out of Talcottian perfection, then I'm with it. But if it's coercive, I'm not with it.
Dude, I'm pro-labor and anti-work. I'm pro-voluntary. Goodness and the best for everyone. And
those are subjective words.
Well, not when you have objective facts. When you
don't.
We can.
This
is what I'm talking about in the greater world. When we don't have corporations and government employees and contractors telling lies and keeping secrets, we won't have such a confused world. The world we live in has been conditioned for obedience. Fear has been the dominating factor.
And that's the future of this channel too. Philip looks like he's middle management. Do you think that he's got more resources than the rest of us? Let's rob Philip. I mean, redistribute compassionately.
You know what the best thing is?
He works hard.
You can rob me and everything's insured. So rob me again. Rob me every time. I'll just have it covered. And
we could work out a system here where I rob you and we rob each other. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll rob the guy upstairs somehow by robbing me.
Holy cows. No more robbing.
Okay. All right. Bad idea. Jack, back to you. We have bad ideas. And then Taylor, just throwing it up there. If someone joins, you have an opportunity to teabag me. I'm just letting you know. You're right above me.
I know, but I feel like I've got so many clips of me teabagging people that I haven't had time to edit into shorts that I'm like teabagging. This is not a promise to anybody watching right now. This is not your opportunity to get up under my nuts, but teabagging is paused until I can clear some of this out.
He's just saying I'm not worthy.
And so you know what? I see you confused there, Hellcat Maverick. I'll just drop a link in back for you.
Oh, no. He said he was, what did you say, pro-labor, but anti-work. I'm trying to process that because if you're pro-labor, but you're anti-work, to me, and maybe I'm wrong, but to me, I feel like you've got to work in order to, if you're being pro-labor, then that means you're pro-work, right?
You know how Jesus died for your sins, but he's risen?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. It's
there
like
you
that.
Go. I'm just like that.
and neither of those make. I reject them both.
I'm trying to figure out. Like I said, I'm like, what?
Let me try and point out. Right. My perspectives are built off of
insanity,
education from organized labor and military and such. So the idea is I've seen a lot of labor organizations, and I probably did it to a
I said it was paused, but it's not, bitch.
Come on. It's supposed to be Philip. Holy God. Philip is supposed to be under, not me. Like, I don't know why he shifted, which is fine. I got teabagged, I guess. Great job. Great stuff, Flo.
Yeah. Welcome, Tarek. How are you today, man?
Welcome, Mr. Jack.
You're coming in all staticky again. I'm going to try and adjust.
Somehow Tarek's signal is fine when he streams, and when he joins other people's panels, it's shit all of a sudden.
It's remarkable.
Noah, what are you rocking out to? Is that The Offspring? And it feels like heaven is so far. Yeah.
No, it's Save a Horse by Cowboy. Save a Horse by Cowboy. And I sing. I really do sing karaoke, Jack. I really do.
I believe you. Thank you. Tommy, I did bring you up. You've been there for a while, and I meant to do so earlier. But...
And Jack, I sang I was with my friends at the dance, and the whole room just light up.
I bet they do. I don't know the song, but I trust you. You rock it, my friend.
But you know the Offspring song, don't you? You don't know the song I was singing? Oh my God, Jack.
Testing.
No.
All right. I got a random fun question for the panel.
Sure. Go ahead, Phil.
You guys ever talk about like zombie apocalypse and what weapon you would choose? Now that technology's changed, would you add drones? You know what I mean? Like, would you just like stockpile a whole bunch of drones out there? Like, there's a zombie, boom. Like, there's so much new stuff out there. Like, would you add anything to your zombie horde apocalypse kind of thing?
Who wants to go first on this now?
I used to entertain those questions, but I don't.
State has you all.
Jack.
You got to avoid it. Serious or not, Jack? You don't know if it's a serious stream or not because you're trying to be a cuck to everyone that passes through it. Unless you stop being a cuck and then you get a tyrant.
I want to Jesus.
You're the reason. Me and Flow State are the reason there's wars, Jack. Picture me and Flow State. I'm sorry. Picture me and Flow State as civilization. I'm sorry, Jack said I was quiet for a very long time with your little faggot quips.
Please let him speak.
Right. Imagine me and Flow State are fucking civilizations, just separate from each other on this map. Things can happen between us that it's done. We no longer Oceanica. Oceanica got to go. And me and him on an individual basis, he doesn't understand. I am breaking contact with him, you. It's just panning out a little slower because I still see value I can add to this shit. Because you and Flow State are on the opposite. Hold on. You and Flow State and Paul Enslaved Your Daddy are on opposite sides of a coin in your delusions of what this is. Because I've said from the beginning, this is just MySpace 3.0. I know YouTube was like television, but now motherfuckers like me that you guys want to try and hold the TOS and Johnny Carson rules, I'm just here for the Zoom calls because that's what it is. And if you weren't going to get famous or...
I was trying to remember how to respond to what he started with.
You got it just right. I think that was the perfect response.
I think that was. Tommy, your bitterness and your anger, man, it's yours. You keep blaming everybody else for it, but it's not theirs. It's your problem. And
maybe he'll be in a better mood once he and Aldi fuck.
I hope so.
Well, Flo, I like your avatar here. Lion just knocking the zebra out.
Thank you. It's delicious.
Okay. So these crazy ideas of people working together. What Tommy was pointing out is between him and Powder Dusty, that's the reason there's wars, because something happens and then that's it. Well, that's a story. That's one possible story, but there's always different narratives. And as long as we can find mutual agreement and we remain honest with the facts, we can find different ways of seeing it. And I almost tried, I could easily help mediate disagreements with others, but people find a lot of disagreements with me. So,
well, Jack, I got to go in about 5 minutes. Do something with my daughter. Interestingly, do you? But if you real quick, if you want to try mediating between me and Tom, I'm game.
Oh,
that'd be a good one.
You are so amazing. Let's give this a shot. Tom,
do you know why we'll never be friends, Jack?
You and me?
Do you know why we'll never be friends and there will always be wars?
Because that's what you choose to believe?
No, because you've acknowledged that you'll let him and his daddy and your daddy kick me in the teeth for your amusement and your bonding experience. And now you think you're going to demand that I undo my secrets or get resolutions with someone that is manipulating you right to my face. Like, you don't understand the layers of me and Flow State, me and Paul Enslaved, me and some other people, and them likewise in combinations. There's a thing happening between us that people like Jack and others are oblivious to, our silent communication. And Flow State's doing everything you hate, Jack. Like Paul, you just want to get in between them. Like I want to get in between Signal and Aldi, aka Soccer Goblin. But I'm open and straightforward and transparent, brother.
Yes,
you can't sit here and if you want to learn and be educated, you'd appreciate me correcting you and this retard with an economics degree on how oblivious you guys are to what we're waist deep in as we speak, because I've been looping it for 3 years.
Here's another part. I've seen you have conversations. I've seen you listen.
Yeah, you've seen me have conversations with better people than you.
Well,
that
Tom, you're looping in
what
your behavior as well. Maybe we could all break pattern, and Jack could spaz out, and you could be peaceful.
This
and
isn't the thing. Jack, lose him, or I'll just go live like I'm a mad Flow State, like I'm a butthurt Flow State. I'll just go live myself.
Tom, the idea was
I'm
with me
stronger
against him.
Better. Hold on, I did want to say something for Flow State. I did want to use Flow State for something positive. When you try to hold his, I'll give it dad bod. No, when you try to hold his dad bod over him, almost as if you hold my bitterness only for you, as if I spread that to the world, you are dividing your fat ass listeners immediately. Do you know how many fat ass motherfuckers are in our so-called community? And if you're gonna dangle Flow State's dad bod over him, you've alienated, like you said. It's definitely.
Can you dangle me over Tommy?
It's not funny. This is Flow State. This is real shit.
Hey,
the way I'm
Tom,
better than all of you is I can do the real shit and keep it entertaining. You have to do little quips, and you don't realize you're dropping shit on Jack that you interrupted me on earlier, and you couldn't just roll with it for truth because you're a faggot.
Can you turn your camera on?
Do you remember when you came to my channel to say faggot, but dare somebody say faggot on your channel, but you'll come over to my channel and say faggot? You can't say nigger faggot on my
you
channel.
know why?
All different kinds of chains.
Tom, you don't care about it on yours. I don't scumbag people's channels who care about it. Yeah, so I'll say it on yours because you say it on yours, and you obviously don't care if people say it on yours, right?
This is why you don't understand the.
It's like a little child.
I was I'm a little bit curious what his response was going to be, how he justifies that.
I'm sorry.
That's your
I
channel.
hope everybody's. I would hope a lot of people are curious.
So how do you justify? Did he just leave?
That was him.
What a pussy!
Holy cow!
All that pew pew and no balls behind him.
Very temperamental.
He's fussy.
Well,
is it his first period?
Well, it's me. It's his view of me, but he keeps punishing himself by bringing him back to that which he doesn't like. So why would someone do that?
They're masochistic and they like it hurts so good.
Yep, exactly. So it's partly me. I am guilty in some ways of enabling.
Oh yeah.
I have to accept that.
All right. Well, that's, hey, props to you. It's not like you could get away from it. Like it's.
Yeah, and here, Trexty, thank you. Wars are in no small part due to men in positions of power who can't regulate their emotions. And Tommy is not in a position of power. He claims aligned with God.
You do that too.
I claim aligned with the facts and the truth.
And both of those are claims that cannot possibly be true because they're dishonest in that they ignore our finite perspective.
I disagree with that conclusion because it's not an either or, it's an if and.
Do you disagree that we all are limited finite beings with limited finite understandings and perspectives?
That's one perspective of us. And at the same time, we are exactly opposite of that. We are infinite and quite complex.
Well, then if we're infinite, then I have a monopoly on truth just as much as you do. And so if our facts disagree, we're still at a stalemate.
That's where a witness would come in.
Jack.
Yes, ma'am.
I saw you and Marco have a agreement. Like I saw you.
We're getting closer.
I still think that what Margot needs is a daddy dom, and that if you just spank her ass and tell her shut the fuck up, she would probably do that.
And you guys are getting closer? Like how, Jack?
I think we're getting closer to understanding each other, to being friends even, maybe.
Have you ordered the beginner's bondage kit off of Amazon that I told you about?
No.
How are you guys ever going to resolve your issues if you won't spank that ass?
There's other ways. There's other ways of finding peace. And I do. Guys, there's something special. I didn't realize in my past how special life was. I thought I did. I thought I realized how special life was when I held my son, right? As a dad, holding that brand new life. It was like, whoa. That was one of the times in my life I shifted, kind of changed in many ways. But I lost all the stuff of the world, right?
Do you have zip ties though? Because those would work too. I bet I gotta go.
All right.
Parenting calls. Bye.
Blessings and thank you for joining, sincerely. I've been learning though, love is infinite. Love is endless. Love is an experience. It's not a thing. And that experience of love is available I know it's available for me anytime. I'd assume it's available for everyone else. But we got to know where to look and how to look. And we got to remember to look for love. Otherwise, we find the darkness. And in the world that we live in, we're born into a world of confusion. It's true. Our parents didn't have access to the knowledge and education that many of us do today. And I know I played both roles. I was a resentful kid, blaming my mom and my stepdad for a lot of things for a lot of my younger years. And then I became a dad. And then I saw myself making mistakes, and life can be tough. Life can be confusing, but the confusion, it's up to each of us. Don't give fear any power. Don't give confusion any power. Realize that there's moments of each, but they're temporary and they're just signs. fear and confusion. Fear it's an alert for change. It means something needs to change within you or around you. And then confusion just means there's an answer. You found a new question to wonder. I believe truly, because of the life I've lived, the education that I received and I found, there's a reason. There's a reason you guys are here today. There's a reason we're all alive today. And I believe there's a reason down to the minutia, right? There's a reason each of us is here, why we've grown and developed in the way that we have. What I've learned for myself, I think I found my purpose here on earth. My hope is that I can help others find their purpose. And the purpose isn't always clear, but as long as we can have an idea that there's a greater purpose, we can look for it. Purpose, I swear, peace on earth, it's possible. Peace on earth is here right now. It's found in the absence of our conflicts. And right now, we may be at peace, but there's others like us who are not. And I sure would love to be a part of the story that says, hey, we're here to help. That's actually, in my mind, yeah, it could sound prideful, but I tell you what, I stand on what I know. And I think if given a chance, if our American government and representatives, if the diplomats we have can't figure out how to negotiate peace and achieve peace through other nations and in our nation, they need to get out of the way. Because it's time for peace to prevail. And with that, I'll step back. Thoughts, guys?
Oh, I'm not gonna let you step back, Jack. So
No,
earlier,
I'm just listening. I have to leave actually, so sorry, but I've actually you've been saying some stuff that actually I'm going through something right now, but you actually just gave me an answer that I was looking for. So God gave it through you to give it to me and gave it to me. So you made me have an understanding on something that I was trying to understand, and it finally clicked. So on a different stuff. So I appreciate that. This has actually been very interesting. Like, I'm being very serious. So
thank you.
It's very interesting to hear different parts. The one thing I can say is the thing about that I like about this world, and especially being an American or whatever, is at the end of the day, we can have conversations like this and still talk without going at each other's throats and everything else. And even though I see things different than Jack does, at the end of the day, he's still a human being, and he's still, he has a thought process, and so we all have to have it. But at the end of the day, love is love, and yeah, praise God, because without God, we wouldn't be here, when nothing will be happening. And before I go, my view is, I feel that America's going through its shit because, of what America's chosen, and we've turned our back on God. We have turned our back on God. When my day thing is, when I seen God, is the day that they made same-sex marriage with Obama, and they had the worst storms in Washington, D.C. ever. Worst ever. That wasn't the storms. That was God basically just wham, wham, wham. All right. And I think ever since then, he's just been whooping our ass because we've turned our face to him, which we have. We've turned our face to him. So, and we've got to get back. But I appreciate it, Jack. I don't know what your channel is. It Live Without Fear?
It's Jack Talcott.
Oh, Jack Talcott. All right, then when I get a chance after my race, I'll drop you a follow and everything, man. You got a lot of knowledge, man. Yes, I do. And I'd love to come join again and listen. But you guys have a good night. Thank you for letting me to come on. Please, I appreciate it.
Hey, much love. It's been a pleasure, Hellcat.
Yes, and what did you do in the military by chance?
Nothing glorious. I was actually personnel administration.
Hey, you still serve this. You still serve this nation, man. Okay, you know what I mean. Hey, you still serve this nation. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're a pogue.
Right. Right.
But no, I appreciate it, man. Now, all love. All right, you guys have a good evening.
Respect to you. Holy cows.
Yeah, what a great show, Jack. W.
That's what I'm feeling, too. Thank you, Phil.
Yeah.
Same. Jack, I hear people saying things like what you're saying constantly. And you know what happens when they say them? They get kicked out, very much so as you like to do yourself.
It's fascinating. Where else are you hearing it? Because I'd love to connect with other people like that.
I mean, generally speaking, like many streams.
They're talking
just
about
the concept, the very concept of self-reflection.
Oh,
I think some people see themselves as beneath that.
Yes.
Which some people may describe that as humbling. Some people may describe. I think humbling is can be a, what is the word that I'm looking for? A condescending word. But I think self-reflection. I think that maybe strikes at the ego, humbling. But self-reflection is vital. I don't know. And honestly, Jack, I have to say, I see a lot of streams, including this one with yourself, where people come in and they do offer bits of reflection or otherwise. And the response is the host doesn't like that reflection, or for one reason, oftentimes I will say ego. In all honesty, is the reason.
They're fooling themselves.
But right, and it's all the more obvious when it's somebody that's espousing this concept of reflection and the virtue of
signaling
thinking
of the virtue,
about things.
Actually,
which is, and it's fine.
I want to get with you and all metaversally. I want to suck your metaversal dick.
Hold on. I've been sitting here and listening, and I get it. I can understand that perception, but most of my time putting people out, it's not for what they're saying. Well, I guess it is in some regard. It's that they're showing patterns of not caring about what I'm saying or what I'm doing.
That's projection, because you don't care about the reply to what you're saying.
That's you, my friend.
No, he double reverse carded me. I was out of reverse carded. I didn't have a wild card, Philip. Why didn't you play it? Faggot.
See, this is why I love you. You do have a
No,
great...
this is why you don't respect us, because you just took that's you out. You don't respect the reply of your rambling nonsense. Your daddy was like that. Flow state's like that.
You're not accurate.
Later tonight, episode 1, Panelverse 101, faggots, and it's this cracker ass nigger that I'm still gonna back clean up for. It's on you, Jack. I finally got to do this, and it's because I want these two are magic. Where has Soccer Goblin and Signal been hiding all my metaversal life?
I don't know. Make sure.
Jack,
I hope we find
can you answer the real question you never answered for me?
Which
and the
one?
Panelverse.
Which one?
If we live without fear, does that require we live without tears for fears?
I am truly in awe over you. I am such a fan of Illumitami and Station 33. Holy
Jack,
cow.
you are a fucking cracker nigger faggot. You've been disrespectful to me for 3 years. You're still letting that faggot flow state kick me. That shows why you're not going to get anywhere. So let me break your heart like I broke your daddy and every channel's heart from the first season I was on there before we knew there was other channels.
Let's wrap it up.
These are Zoom calls. If you were going to Guru save the world, you could have done it from a milk crate on the corner. If someone raps real fast, it doesn't matter where they do it, they'll get found. Some of us like these two fine, no homo, magical couple of Soccer Goblin and Signal. We're probably 4chan bros and don't even know it. Jack, this is the interwebs.
You could be.
This is not... Television stations used to screen and make sure the person on TV was of adequate entertainment or information. This is not a right. This is a privilege that everyone with a phone portal can just do what you do. And you think you see something in this internet thing?
Here's the thing,
Jack,
though. We're not. This isn't like TV times, though. The paradigm has shifted quite a bit because
that's
it's
what I'm
not
trying to
just
say,
about.
faggot. Let me work.
It's
Let me
not
cook,
just
baby.
about. It's not just about you being thankful for being let on. You also have to be thankful for your guests that come on and give you their time.
Is that what you think I said? Or where
Because you
Thank you.
You don't know what kinds of guests you get. Sometimes you get a Philip, sometimes you get an Illumitami, sometimes you get a Signal.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's okay. Panelverse 101. But please, Signal, nice dick, bro. Let me cook. I've known this faggot 3 years. Half the reason I'm about to wreck this dude is because
I would appreciate it if you didn't use like slurs. You know, I'm not like over here throwing niggers around. You know what I mean? I would appreciate it if you didn't.
You and your boyfriend that I want to get between you are my first specimens.
Well, then don't get in between me and my boyfriend. You're saying you don't want to get in between me and my boyfriend, then don't get in between me and my boyfriend. Don't talk about it. Then. So then don't say. So then if you don't want to, so then if you don't care about getting in, if you're saying you don't want to get in between me and my boyfriend, then don't. How about we just end it at that?
See, I think you might need your hearing.
How does that sound? How does that sound?
I said it sounds bad because
I don't want to get in between you and your boyfriend, and you're still talking.
Wrong. I said I want that. I said you complete me.
You said that earlier, and then you now changed your mind.
That. Do you agree that we have never
that you're wrong? How do you know that that's not wrong? How do you know that that's not wrong?
Will you cook with me? Do you agree that before this?
No, I'm not. What you want to wear a French maid outfit too?
If that's what it takes.
You want to wear a French maid outfit? If you want to cook together?
Is that your conditions?
If that's what you want, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. That's how I cook with my boyfriend. He wears a French maid outfit.
When I spilled it to Aldi, I want you to let me spooge it on you too. We have never met or interacted before today. And you and Aldi came in and told this man the thing I've been slamming my head against him for 3 years that he doesn't hear. And without me coaching you or prepping you, we're showing him that people are over it. They see what you're doing. It's getting easier and easier. Even though I was teaching these narcissists to mask easier. Flow state doesn't understand. Jack doesn't understand for the opposite reasons. And Paul gets between them. Panelverse 101.
I agree, Miss Margot. Can you give Philip a minute for crying out loud? That guy's been sitting for an hour and a half, hasn't said a word. Could you give him a minute for crying out loud?
He actually stepped away.
Is that he left? There you go. Dude's been I mean, come on. I mean, honestly, Jack. Dude's been sitting there for an hour and a half.
It's what he does.
I mean, yeah, you could do the like thank you, but like come on, like let the man speak.
Philip sits. When Philip speaks, we go, yes, good Philip. He sits. That's what Philip does.
Well, he usually has some pretty good insight to share.
I know. Nobody sits like your dad. I know, Jack. Nobody sits like Paulie Boy. We get it.
There's the old adage, the fools speak the most. Something like that. They speak the loudest.
You ramble.
Look at you. Look at you. I am you. Differently.
I'm a rambling man, Jack.
You're not, dude. Like, I appreciate this stream because you and Flow State don't realize you're showing us all your complete and utter delusion and incompetence.
That's what you say.
And you showed your lack of respect by disrespecting.
What's your problem with me being insane and
I'm only utilizing you for these one
What's your
last
problem
hurrah to kick off. Are you talking to me?
Yes, what's your problem with me being insane and retarded?
If me and Aldi kind of main each other for a couple minutes, you're gonna have a problem. You gotta talk through it, make my dick soft.
Why do you have to like take it to that level?
Right.
You have to bring up my boyfriend. That's offensive.
The new thing is showing your appreciation.
Why do you have to bring up my boyfriend? That's offensive.
That's crazy sauce.
I think you take the desire to unicorn with you. Aldi's your boyfriend, right? It's Aldi, right?
Why do you need to
I'm
bring
trying
up
to
my boyfriend? What is this like?
unicorn for you guys, and you have some like fetish to be offended by it. It's like Jack has this fetish to be offended by truth.
No, that's not accurate.
Yeah.
You're not always right, Tom. You
Jack,
just think you're always right, but you're not.
I know you say that. I know you. So says you. But Jack, if DJM comes up to my couch tonight and wants to play this while I get down with these two dudes, you and Flow State both claim a lot of understanding of economics and the government system, and yet neither of you do. Like, you don't say things. It's like when I came up here and said, "Hey, Paul, let's talk about the stock market you've been instructing people on." He can't do it.
You're wrong.
Okay,
You're
then.
absolutely wrong.
So, do you remember my first challenge at the beginning?
Please be. Welcome back.
Will you want? Hey, Audie, guys. Let me get this guy out of here. This guy's a fourth wheel. We don't need.
Talk to Jack for a second, Jack.
What? Okay, just let me close.
Why did you kick me out, Jack? Why did you kick me out?
Oh.
He does this. You see how he used you to not let me finish the last part of my point?
You had a whole ass autistic girl on here that didn't even talk, dude.
She's not autistic.
She fucking talk about nothing, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
she didn't talk
and
about,
I didn't meet you. Did I coach you to say that, Audie?
Jack.
Did I coach you to say he talks about nothing?
That's not
Did we
very
ever meet
fucking social of you, Jack.
I know. I agree.
What the fuck's wrong with you? Why did you fucking kick me because of that bitch? So
I would argue that if you're thinking of socialism, right? Let's say, right, if I'm not mistaken, right, the idea of socialism is the collective, right? The group can decide and sort of decide what happens, right? So then it's not down to one individual who decides what happens, right?
Yeah,
so
but
if
he
the
listened to
mob
that
decides
girl.
to
He
let
listened to that
somebody
girl,
on,
bro.
right? If the mob, right? If a bunch of people
you think you
decide
were
that
gonna
they
get
want to
some
let
pussy?
somebody on, they should be let on. Or if somebody,
Did you think
other
you
way,
were gonna
vice
get
versa.
some pussy from that bitch, Noelle? Fuck that fucking whore.
Aldi.
She was chewing on a
Aldi.
straw.
Hold on,
Bro,
hold on,
Jack,
Aldi,
one
hold
more
on.
thing. Let me just
You're
say one
crashing
more
out.
thing.
Hold on.
Listen, let me just say one more thing. Bro, she was chewing on a straw. She was like smelling it, and then she put it in her fucking hair. She was fucking clearly autistic as fuck, dude. And
So
you let
what?
that bitch on? She never even fucking said a goddamn word too, Jack.
So what? What is
So
your
what?
point? You're
So
complaining.
my point is, you're looking for autistic ass people to join your goddamn cult,
No.
and not people with fucking brains that can fucking talk about your shit, bitch.
Do you know
And
any?
I'm sorry, I'm fucking mad. Well, what the fuck, Jack? We had good ass conversations too.
Aldi, please. Let's take a breath, please. Thank you. And I'll get back to you. We'll get back to this signal. All right. I hope you'll return again. Okay? Because something about me, I typically offend people or I disappoint them in some way. But if you give me another chance, if you keep working with me, I'll get better and I'll understand you better.
You didn't offend me at all.
Well,
there's nothing wrong with you. I like talking to you, Jack. But
like
that shit was crazy, bro. That girl was literally on your stream, like just chewing on a straw. Didn't say
that.
She didn't say a goddamn thing the whole time, and you fucking put her on, and you put me backstage just because she was like, Jack, can you put her backstage? Can you put this guy backstage? Can you put Sig backstage?
That's right.
That's true. That's true, Jack. You kicked us off because she said, "Oh, can you get?"
That's right. Thank you. There was
Let
a
him back
reason
on.
for that.
See,
There
now
was
you're being a goddamn communist.
I'm trying.
Jack. This is why people fuck with you, Jack. This is why you're inconsistent. You're inconsistent. That's why people fuck with you, dude. I'm telling you now.
Sticks
I'm not insulting you, nothing.
But words will never hurt me.
Chill out and show some respect, please. I'm trying to speak.
Aye, Captain.
I'm trying to speak. That's why I put you in the back. Okay? So, golly, geez, dude. That's right. Because of how you, Aldi, because of how you were commenting about her and to her, it was clearly making her feel uncomfortable. So when she spoke up,
she's
I felt that
autistic.
was
She's not a
appropriate.
normal person. She's autistic.
You're not a normal person, dude.
I am.
Objection.
No. Tommy?
So you're a socialist and you're telling me about my flaws now?
Jack, are you like in a bad mood or something? I feel like you came
no,
into this
what's
stream
wrong?
like with this like negative energy, honestly.
Negative Nancy ass.
I don't know
Jack.
why y'all
Change
people-
this guy's name to negative.
Honestly, Jack, like it's not always like
Y'all
this.
people
Jack's
put way too
cool.
much on-
Jack's
on-
not. I'll vouch.
No, he's
look,
not.
chat. I'll vouch for Jack. I'll vouch for Jack. He's not always like this. Honestly.
What's the counter to vouch? I will disparage that. I'll tap to mana, disparage your vouch.
Would you please pause?
Dude,
There
that
was
girl
another
Noelle
point.
is retarded, dude. We don't need that in our cult.
Aldi?
But that's why you made my dick soft, Aldi. I don't think I'll be joining you gentlemen tonight. But also, Jack took way too long to back her up. Jack tried to manipulate her too in the past.
Yeah, Jack.
She's safe on my panel. She's welcome on the president's panel.
Oh,
I will see her
One of the things Jack does actually do well though is Jack stacks love on top of love instead of stacking weird shit on top of more weird shit. So I just wanted to float that out there. I was talking a lot of shit about you on Dusty's panel yesterday, but I do respect that about you.
Jack
All right, so we got another prospecting cult member here.
He got why his family's left him.
Holy
It's why I'm
P Daddy.
Daddy is crazy.
Yo, Duck, you should invest in a goddamn beard trimmer.
Jack, I thought I was gonna be the one to get all the porn bombers on one panel, and I think you beat me to it, Jack.
Is that what I did?
Are you asking to see my cock?
I'm not making any.
He's asking to see people.
Because I'll show you. I got the smallest one here.
Let me get a minute.
I'm not saying that
I got the smallest one here.
I can't hear with the chaos. What?
Yo, Jack, maybe open up your fucking hearing aid, old fart.
Cheers.
How about
Come on, Aldi? Come on, Aldi? Come on, chill.
No, I like Jack, but like, come on. You understand why I'm angry, bro? This guy picked an autistic bitch over me.
Yeah.
That
right. He kicked me out too. He kicked me out too. What are you talking about?
Is this real, Playboy? Is this real?
The fuck. Here, yes, please. First of all, quit whining. All right.
Well, say your apology, bitch. Say your apology. This is an apology video. Watch. Look at this motherfucker.
He full screened himself to apologize. Let's hear it, Jack.
Hurry up, Jack. Jackie.
No.
Can I call you Jackie?
Jack, make it like you mean it. Make an apology like you mean it, bro.
Actually, I want to offer some feedback. Number one, stop whining. You sound like a bitch. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry I'm not autistic. I'm sorry I'm not an autistic woman and I don't have feelings.
Yeah. You should be a little sorry.
If I was an autistic girl, you would let me on and I could just sit here and smile and chew on my straw and smell it.
Aldi.
Fuck you, Jack.
Aldi.
I like you, Jack, though.
I know.
Hey, Jack, man, it's P Daddy, man. Just real quick, man.
No crybabies
I think that all of these autistic retards and addicts should be thankful that Jack created this space and this party for everybody to share love.
Shut up, Chuck.
Thank you, P Daddy. Thank you, P
Jack
Daddy.
Talcott would.
I got a party I got to get to, Jack. I'm gonna get up out of here, but it's good to see you doing your thing, Playboy.
Fuck you, bitch.
Jack
Get out of
Talcott
here.
would hit on
Get out of here. No black guys in our cult.
Jack would hit on Danica Patrick walking out of
Yeah, everybody shut the fuck up. Let Jack finish. All right.
Yeah,
Hold
let
on.
Jack talk. Let Jack me
Just
on.
let him finish. All right.
I'm
Hold on.
with my couch. I want these dicks on my couch. I want them on
Shut
my
up,
couch tonight.
faggot. Shut up, faggot. Let him
I'll see
finish.
you there, faggot. I'll see you
Shut
there,
up.
faggot.
I'm
We'll keep
muting
this party
myself.
going.
I'm muting
Tommy,
myself.
make
Don't
sure the
kick me,
link
Jack.
is here. Make sure the link
Sorry,
is
Jack. I got a dip.
There's no autistic people in here. Jack,
Hey, you guys can go fuck yourselves.
Wait,
you guys can go
hold
fuck
on.
yourselves. Know where the fucking fence line is, bitch. Suck my
Here,
dick.
you know what, Duck, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. Golly geez. Aldi, Signal, Tommy, your behaviors are unacceptable as grown men. I'd really encourage you to go back and look at this. Ask yourself, is that something your mother or father is proud of? Grow the fuck up. Learn how to show some respect, and you'll receive the respect that's offered. I've been trying to communicate something to you, Aldi, for quite a while now. So I hope you're paying attention. I can never tell who is or is not paying attention. And let me just be polite. Recognize this is a wonderful opportunity. We've had a long stream today, so for the folks in the back, probably not going to bring you up again. But I hope you at least stay tuned and listen to what I'm going to say. Hank, thank you for the contributions. Lumatami, it sounds like he will be opening up his panel and his couch a little bit later today, so please look for that. Station 33. Aldi, what I wanted to get across to you, brother, it was a pleasure to meet you today. Signal, we've had our misunderstandings, perhaps, our breakdowns in communication, but I appreciate you both. Aldi, you've been a lot of fun today, and Tommy brought a lot of fun as well. What I want to warn you of, Aldi, because we haven't spent a lot of time together, and Signal, I don't know what you know or don't know, but people get tested with me. I know what I've learned, and I know the value that I can share, especially when my knowledge is tested more than my patience. I know I can share a lot of lessons, but I also know that I've met a lot of incredible people, men and women like me. They've been working on themselves. They've been on a path of discovery and searching, trying to find out what is true. So I've met a lot of reflections like me that are similar. But if you pay attention to me, and if you allow yourself to get past, like I said, my offenses, you'll find offenses with me, you'll find disappointments with me. But if you move past those things, you can see my nature. And my nature is honest. It's true. What I believe in, honestly, is benevolence. I believe in living in a benevolent society, doing good, organized for the purpose of doing good. I believe that's what God has created the world for. If you look at the world and all the beauty and all the things you have not discovered just in your mind from what you've learned and what you don't know, this world is filled with opportunities, beauty, miracles, just everything you could want is there. This world is for you and I to share, to discover, and to leave for those who come behind us. Brothers and sisters, it's been a long stream, sincerely. For those of you who tuned in late, I did some slides in the beginning. If you tuned in, I encourage you, I invite you, please go back, see what I'm talking about. The topic today, benevolent socialism. The reforms are available. The agreements for peace can be found. As long as we have the willingness, we've got everything we need. I'm going to wrap it up there. Once again, sincerely, from my heart, thank you. Till next time, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. God bless us all. Peace.